Hello, gamers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here today at the Prime Championship Circuit. It's your girl, R-Dog, with the Triple Gs, and I'm beyond elated to be your host today. The Prime Championship Circuit is a community-based tournament, and this is where you'll find the best of the best that Predecessor has to offer. This is the place where champions are made. This is the place where legends are born. This is a place where only the elite can call themselves conquerors of the PCC crown. In the game of Pred, victory is never given, it is earned. You define your legacy with every move, every objective, and every fight. You control the game with every decision, every ability, and every strategy. Join us as we celebrate the extraordinary talents of these players who continue to defy the limits, push the boundaries, and redefine what it means to play Predecessor. We're starting off with 29 teams, and 8 have already auto-qualified for the main event on January 11th and 12th for having the most circuit points from the year. That's Dirty Lake and the Boys, Primal, Even Worse Timing, Rogue, Professors, Leftovers, Autumn Leaf, and Mind the Gap. Our goal today is to identify the top 2 teams that will come out of LCQ and join the top 8 in the main stage, and that is through a double elimination bracket. We're streaming 4 games in this channel, but we're also streaming through another channel at twitch.tv/predpcc2 if you want to catch the other games that we'll be playing. And of course, you should be seeing that there are indeed drops enabled in the channel. Thank you so much to Omega Studios for making this possible for us. 21 teams are playing today at the PCCX Last Chance Qualifiers to be a part of the main event in January 11th and 12th, where the stage will be so much bigger, the stakes will be so much higher, and at last, but the road to victory is not yet over. These teams are playing for a chance at the $10,000 prize pool. After this weekend, we'll come out with the top 4 teams out of LCQ. And after today, we'll discover the first 2 teams who get a chance to advance. Follow along with exclamation point bracket to see the current standings as well as the roster from each team. Join us as we witness the most anticipated moment of this season. We're at V1.2 Winterfest holiday season, and the meta has most definitely changed. Let's celebrate the extraordinary talents of these players. This is PCCX. Please join me in welcoming our analysts for their first 2 matches of the day. Today, I'll start with Blue Jay, aka CarJ, aka Cade, former jungler for Rogue, and now support for Mind the Gap. He is just a simple man. How are you?
I'm doing very well, R-Dog. That was a hell of an intro that you had there. But yeah, just very excited to see these teams playing, and we're going to have some good matches today. So I'm excited to watch.
I'm also super excited. But of course, we have to talk about the guy on my right. We have to introduce Lakeinator, the Egonator, PCC 7 champion, ADC for D-Lab, and the Lake and Dirty Lake and the Boys. The rumors are saying he's just a chill guy who plays Pred. How are you, Lake?
I'm doing well. I can't complain. I'm just excited to see we're back in the season. I'm excited to see, who pulls through. So.
Yeah, today will definitely be action-packed from beginning to end. So I hope you have your favorite snack, maybe drink with you, because we're going to leave you on the edge of your seats. Let's talk about the first game of the day, you guys. It's going to be between Space Cadets versus Toy Boys. Just to kind of talk about the members of each team. Space Cadet, you have AGT2, Just Row, Seeknix, B-Craze, OC, and the Pacifist. And over on Toy Boys, you've got Akaram, Crutch, Geek Bar, Big Opes, and White Wolf. Both of these teams relatively new to the scene, and for me personally, I'm always looking for the next underdog because even the underdogs can rise to the top. We can talk a lot about what we're expecting to see, but Blue Jay and Lake, what do you know about these 2 teams and how can they create their comps based on the current meta?
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, like you said, kind of new coming into this PCC, but they do have players that have been in other PCCs, such as Akaram over on Toy. But both teams can kind of craft their comps around the meta right now, which has been very high paced, at least in the scrim environment from all the teams that have been playing, which is kind of what I'm seeing out of this toy team and out of this Space Cadets team. So it'll be very interesting to see what they come out picks wise. But I think as long as they're playing, very high tempo picks and getting in the other team's face, that team's probably going to end up winning.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat. These players have been around in the scene for a long time. We've seen all these players even just in our ranked games, etc. Some of them had made a run through the PCC. Like I said, Akram has made semifinals. I know Crutch has made it the quarterfinals. So there are some experienced players on that roster. It comes down to, I think, though, personal preference. At least during the start of the tournament, we'll see what people believe is the meta, and then the meta will kind of shift as we go on. But for example, I'm expecting on the toys side to see maybe a Crutch the Zaris or the Aurora, or maybe like a Richter Narbash. Like I see maybe those being prioed, but like I said, it's too early to tell with these teams.
Lake and Blue Jay, I guess it's time to see the draft, because we want to know what these teams are going to be picking. But as you guys are both playing in the duo lane, but what are you expecting to see now that the meta has changed? What are the top picks and bans?
Top picks and bans have kind of shifted. Sereth for a while has been either pick ban or you pick her first. So I'm expecting to see that still in the meta. We see the Aurora ban coming in right now, which has been a great flex, as well as the Zaris ban coming in. Both those picks have been flexed in the jungle and the offlane, and maybe even a little Aurora support, funny enough. So yeah, two bans that are pretty standard coming out.
The Aurora ban is actually kind of exciting because, like I mentioned, I think Crutch is a big Aurora enjoyer, and I wonder if they're actually trying to focus on, sometimes some teams just say, hey, let's focus out a player's hero pool, maybe get them on an uncomfortable pick, and maybe mess up their tempo, etc. So that could have just been a targeted pick, and maybe they're trying to whittle down the jungle pool, but who knows?
Yeah, and both of these bans that are coming out from both sides are more of like that dive kind of hero with those abilities that they have. They're able to kind of leap on and start initiating or engage team fights with their abilities. But you're seeing the first picks coming out from both sides. Toy is picking up the Richter, which is hell of a hero, as well as you're seeing the Mage coming from Space Cadets.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Gideon comes in. He's a fantastic mid laner right now. He has so much mobility on the map, and if you're able to play well with him, invade the enemy team's jungle, rotate to dual lane, off lane side, get pressure over objectives, he just kind of has the whole package right now. And then, like you said, Toy coming out with the Richter, which has been, it's always a threat in the dual lane, no matter what you're playing. You get hooked, you kind of just die if you have the right matchup, right? And then the Argus coming in as well is a very good mage right now. He's can kind of CC anybody that dives in on him, and is just all in all really frustrating to play against.
Yeah, I think it's a good response. Like, we know this team likes Richter, and Gideon can sometimes struggle into the Richter because when he does go into his black hole, the Richter can yoink him out unless he has True Silver. So if he does go True Silver, kind of ruins his damage a bit. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because I think Richter is a great pick into the Gideon. But then I see the answer too. Decker is also a really great pick into the Richter. The Richter misses one hook in lane. You can follow up with a cage and stun and punish that Richter. So it's going to come back to the board, back and forth on who's going to pull the trigger, who maybe might misstep a bit. Maybe they'll get a pick with the Decker. Maybe they'll get a pick with a Richter. So right now it's kind of up in the air.
Yeah, it's definitely up in the air. I'm also seeing that the Argus can also use his crowd control to get the Gideon out of the air at the same time. But now you're also missing a lot of the other heroes that could be played here. So you guys mentioned the Sereth, but I'm not seeing any Sereth yet. But this could be just them not being comfortable with that hero quite yet, or maybe this is a new strategy that's coming out that's going to shape the meta.
Yeah, neither of these teams in scrims have looked like they were prioritizing the Sereth very much. But what I'm seeing right now, at least in both drafts, is one side at Space Cadets is looking very mobile with the Decker and the Gideon. They can move around the map very easily and kind of either dodge abilities or go in very hard with Gideon's E, and Decker obviously with her mobility with just her cage and her double jump. And then you have Argus and Richter, which are generally two immobile characters. I know Argus does have that getaway potential with Z, but I'm kind of starting to see how these comps are going to form. So I'll be interested to see what they pick next. if Space Cadets are going to stick to kind of a more high-paced, high-tempo mobility comp, whereas Toy is kind of going to look for that team fight wombo combo Richter pick comp.
Yeah, like I was going to say, on the Richter Argus side, you have the Argus engage for the free Richter hook, so you have kind of synergy there. I was wondering if they're going to pick up a carry. So they have the Murdoch Richter lane, which is actually quite brutal. If they hits a pole into a trap, into a silence, you're kind of locked in there for a long time. And given Murdoch's current state as a carry, I think he is one of the top end carries right now, especially with his global presence and given how combative off lane has been. So Murdoch can assist over there, maybe pick up a kill across the map and kind of snowball him into the late game a bit sooner.
Now that the Toy team has picked up the Murdoch, they're going to go ahead and kind of narrow that hero pool from Space Cadets. They're taking away the Drongo, and then Space Cadets have responded with taking away the Greystone. I know you're seeing a little bit of an empty space here, but the third pick coming from Space Cadets is the Chimera. Blue Jay, you talked about a lot of mobility, and Chimera is just one of those heroes that can just really close the gap and hone in on the heroes on Toy Boys. But that's the Seraph and the Terra right there.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Chimera can definitely do wonders. It's good into the Richter. There is a lot of CC, and Chimera is one of the picks I don't like picking into the Murdoch, actually, because when you jump in, if you don't insta-cleanse, you kind of just get buckshot back, and then you don't have your leap to keep chasing the Murdoch down. So, yeah, we see the Seraph coming out of here for Toy, kind of wanting to run that map over. It'll be interesting to see how their comp facilitates the Seraph, because usually you're seeing the Seraph getting paired with something like a Muriel or something to help it in situations, because Seraph's biggest weakness is when she dives in, she generally is just left unattended and can get one shot by the enemy team if they chain their CC correctly. So it'll be interesting to see how they play around a champion like Seraph being so mobile and wanting to dive the backline, and then wanting to play kind of for Argus stun into Richter hook, like you were saying earlier, Lake.
Yeah, so as the comps start to form, you're looking at the Toy Boys, and it looks like they're actually going with the Seraph offlane into the Terra. That's actually a pretty good matchup, I believe, for the Seraph. It's pretty strong, but I also think it can go both ways in the early game. But once Seraph gets one item, she can maybe start running that lane. And the other issue, I think, with Space Cadets is picking TB is into a Seraph. It's hard for TB to handle being dived on. I think they maybe pick the TB to handle the Richter hooks in lane so he can dash, but the damage might come lackluster when he gets dove. But if the team peels the TB and gets him out when he gets dove on, I think there's also potential there as well.
Now that the drafts are finalized, Blue Jay and Lakeinator, which draft or team comp are you favoring and why?
I think I'm favoring Toys comp just because I think Space Cadets are going to have a really hard time keeping the Seraph, keeping the Rampage off of their TB. They don't really have a lot of peel besides the Decker. And Kai and Terra are both, characters in this game that want to just kind of run at the back line and create a bunch of havoc. But they do also have the Richter and the Argus to stop that. So I think Toy has the advantage here after draft.
I'm also in the same boat. I think Toy actually has a great overall draft. They can actually dive really well, but at the same time, they can also peel their backline with Argus and Richter. So even though Terra may be able to, ult through and run through the whole team and get to the backline, Murdoch is pretty fast. He's pretty mobile. He also has ways to move around. So I'm a big enjoyer of Toy's draft just because I think it can play both the front end and the back end depending on the game state.
Ladies and gentlemen, who comes out between these two sleeper teams? Is it Space Cadets? Is it Toy Boys? Cast your votes between the two. Let's send it over to TJ, DJ, and Falcon.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. There's something in the air right now. Some might call it the Christmas spirit. I actually think it's PCC hype. Welcome to the casting desk. Delighted to be opening PCCX double elimination bracket with my fellow countryman. Falcon is alongside me for this one. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing very well, and I am so excited. This is definitely the biggest tournament we have ever had for the PCC. There are so many games, not just today, but tomorrow and in the main qualifier, in the main event. And, I mean, we're starting off with a banger as well.
Oh, for sure here. As the desk said, our dog mentioned that, we have a kind of a mix of some old and new players. I know on the side of Toy Boys, Okram and the Crunch, returning players. Okram, played in semi-finals of PCC 8 with rest and relaxation. The Crutch as well made it to quarters. And also we've got some new players as well. And also for Space Cadets, a lot of these players that everyone knows. I mean, seeing the sides of Just Row, we got Signix, OC in here. They've got a lot of players on this roster that everyone knows, hey, it's the last chance, to get in with a chance of winning that 10k prize pool on the line. So much to look forward to, and what a banger that we have to start off game number 1.
Yeah, and when we go to the draft, I think I got to agree with the desk here. I love Toys' draft here. They have so much appeal for themselves. They have, 4 characters that have at least some sort of CC. So 4 characters at least have some sort of CC. I think we can count Murdoch's static track there. And the ability to just self-peel as well on that front. And then, if they need to, they have that dive. They have the Seraph followed in with the Rampage if needs be. So Space Cadets, they definitely have their work cut out for them. But again, I think at this stage of the game, it is going to be down to a lot of how the players play, how the teams meld. Because composition can only get you so far.
Oh, for sure. And you have to remember as well that this is best of 1. I mean, this first game of the tournament, and thankfully for both teams, is double elimination. Even if you fall here, you're only dropping into that lower bracket. But granted, you've only got one more chance left. So we could probably see some shenanigans, especially when I look at at the Toy Boys composition as well, as you highlighted. Level 1 potential as well, invade potential. They have so many go buttons, and I'm absolutely agreeing with your assessment that we need to really look to see how the Space Cadets try to almost weather that early game storm.
Yeah, I just look at Boulder Throw into Riplass immediately at level 1. That is going to be a guaranteed dead person, even with a blink, I feel like. So Space Cadets need to play safe at least at level 1, but they have the ability to do at least a few things. Gideon in that mid lane has got good push, can go for that level 6 roam. With the Terror or Decker can set up ganks as well. Camaro always active in the early game, has that sustain, can probably beat Rampage in a fight, depending on how it goes. But, I mean, it is going to be very interesting to see how that all goes. And, I mean, I'm looking at this conversation. I'm not sure if it's just me, TJ, but we know how Space Cadets have been around since ancient times, since the start of Predecessor, basically. It feels like a very OG composition.
Yeah, it's kind of, we've got some classic picks here. I mean, as soon as you see Gideon first picked in with the Decker, it's like, okay, yeah, no, we're just going with the throwbacks here. I mean, actually, looking at the composition, I think Terra's kind of the only one, actually, who's not part of the original release, I think, of that entire composition here. So it definitely is an OG one for sure. I mean, Franklin, I'm seeing your face right now.
I think Trim Blast was released in the season 1,
yes,
but that was early days. So it's basically
he's been
OG
in there
at
so
that point
long.
in time.
Yeah, he's OG. He's OG.
Yeah, we count him as
sure.
OG. He's one of those at this point. But we are just padding a little bit of time because we have some issues with the spectator time. TJ is, of course, on the cast, so that will be the reason why. Don't blame anyone else on that front. Sorry, TJ, I have to throw you under the bus for that one. It's got to be done, okay?
Yeah.
We can't have a tournament without a little bit of scuff.
Great. I would be great at QA, honestly, Falcon. I just need to be in the same room as like a BC or a server, and it just, explodes. But it's fine, it's game 1 of PCCX. It's day 1 as well. We want to get all of these out of the way first. And I'm just getting confirmation from our amazing production of Choice Place World. Game is ready. And man, I think actually it is a little bit of that Christmas spirit because we have the Winterfest map and everyone loading on to the Sanctuary map here for game number 1 of PCCX here in the upper bracket. And you can see as well where all of these players are going. Space Cadet's going to be your side on Dawn, Toy Boys on that right-hand side for Dusk as well. Not actually getting any level 1 shenanigans. Looks like both teams trying to show a little bit of respect, but there is the grouping up here coming from Toy Boys, trying to maybe sneak into the jungle, but some good positioning by the side of the Space Cadets, making sure no one can sneak in undetected.
Yeah, Space Cadets have to be aware that there can be the chance of level 1 shenanigans, especially with this composition. But having just so creeping up on that blue side, having the pathways into their own jungle looked at on the red side, means that Toy Boys, they just want to play it safe. They don't want to go for anything too dangerous. Level 1, of course, is best of 1, as we have said. So anything that goes horribly wrong at the level 1 could spell game for them at this stage of the game. And something that I did see that was quite interesting, I believe it's AGT who is playing the Terror, hasn't actually bought a level 1 item, so he's going to be going into Aqua Room and trying to save up for something. I'm not entirely sure what, but that is going to be very interesting to see what happens there.
You know, glass half full, definitely knowing something that we don't, or maybe it's just the early tournament game jitters as well. I want to see maybe how that might affect on the right-hand side, just losing a slight amount of those offensive stacks and going up against something like the Seraph as well. Could be nasty for sure, could be nasty, as the winning waves have crashed as well. We have our game audio restored, everything looking pretty good, and so far, it's a pretty standard start.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn that down slightly on my end. But yeah, nothing too interesting is happening. I have got a gank in the solo lane though. We got the first one, Chimera level 2. Was looking, did justify camp, and I think Okram saw that instantly backing up. We can see him going, just making sure he's putting down a ward. But because the early ward has been put down by, I don't entirely know who, but they can see that the Chimera is on that 2 camp, and they are safe for the moment.
Looking at that minimap though, here comes the Crutch, the Rampage moving in towards the left-hand side, not on a ward, not going to be spotted. Bouldertop's going to connect with the Stasis Bomb, and there is the combination. Big Oaks hitting that Riplash, forcing the blink. A pounce forward by the Crutch. They want this kill, but asking to take tower. White Wolf needs one more shot, and he's going to find it. First blood goes the way of Toy Boys.
And the Crutch of walking through the Fangtooth pit meant that he actually dodged the ward, went from the mid lane into that, and got the hit of the rock. Easy Riplash followed up by Big Oats, and then of course the passive auto attacks from Murdoch meant that he was in range, got that first blood. Not the end of the world for Space Cadets, but they have got a big issue now because that Twin Blast needs to scale, and if he is behind the lane, that makes it so much harder for him.
They just need to take a little bit more time, you know, want to get a Twin Blast online, just get that more upfront damage, but needing a couple of more items. And Murdoch, one of these picks that has just kind of been ruling the roost here on that left-hand side in the duo lane. So a lot more upfront damage and definitely a lot more upfront go buttons that the Toy Boys can press here. You know, it's still early doors at the moment here. We're not even at the 4-minute mark. Is they're just going to have Space Cadets taking that gold buff as well on that left-hand side. Still plenty of opportunities here, but maybe some warning shots coming out from the team on Dusk.
I mean, if you think of Warning Shot is first blood, then, I mean, we are definitely back in NA. We are expecting a lot more violence in this game that is to come. But, I mean, it's pretty good so far. Murdoch does scale really well. Not probably as good as Twin Blast into that late game, but just having that ultimate at level 6, got that map-wide presence, means that he can just rack up those assists and kills. And if Toy Boys continues like they have been doing, that can definitely be the case. But we got 4.5 minutes on the clock. That Fangtooth is spawning in 30 seconds. Both of these junglers can do very early objective clears. And honestly, Chimera can probably do it on his own if he can sneak it. So we've got to have a look at where these junglers want to go and see if they've gone for any early resets. As we can already see, the Crutch has done, building towards that Overlord.
Yeah, definitely something that they need to keep an eye on. And say there is that threat of the solo take, but I like to think that, you know, here in PCC, a little bit more match quality than maybe some of my games in Predecessor, but that's more saying about my rank than anything else here. But of course, though, both teams going to be aware of that, although starting to converge supports, rotating over towards the middle. OC on the way, taking that river camp as well. And also Solo Lane is getting involved as well as AGT, taking a little bit of chip damage in the river as well, starting to group up, gravitate towards that mid lane. It's just going to be both teams posturing. First Stasis Bomb is going to land and into the Highland Hurl as well, but the Crutch should be pretty fine there. Containment Fence goes down, blink away from AGT in the mid lane here. Be Crazy though, going to be hit by the Riplash. Good use of the Invigorate, cleanses the hook, able to get away. Everyone moves to the mid lane, but no one drops.
Now, AGT, the only one who used Blink in that entire fight there. And, I mean, it was a really good Rip Blast, but the Invigorate instant cleanse wasn't even pulled back a second there. So nothing lost from either team, and that says again, Terror still pretty safe, especially once he gets that level 6, which is not far off, has that CC immunity during it, so he's able to just run away. However, Okram is also going to hit that level 6 soon. Hasn't got any CC in his kit to worry about that unstoppable force for, but plenty of damage to follow through. And we can actually see AGT has finally reset. I'm very interested to see what they have built up with that no item start. But considering nothing is really happening in that solo lane, it's not been too bad for them.
It's a bit of a slower paced start for sure in this game number 1 here at PCCX on the mainstream as well. Huge shout out to everyone joining us as well. We also do have other games from today over on our B stream as well. Be sure to check them out for sure if you want to catch more opportunities to see some of your favorite teams and favorite players for now. But here on the mainstream, we're crashing in some minion waves, and both neutrals about to go onto the board. We're 10 seconds away from the first mini prime spawn as well, and neither team really showing much intent at the moment. Still trying to probe a bit of weakness, it feels like, Falcon.
I mean, it's pretty much unheard of to have only 1 kill at 7 minutes for an NA game, especially in the PCC. But with now 2 objectives on the board, it should. I have no idea, but there is a gank in the solo lane, so that might be another one.
Rush jumping forward, trying to get on towards AGT, who's still only level 5, doesn't have the ultimate, but simply going to be beaten down underneath that tier 1 tower. And it's going to be the second kill of the game, going over towards Okram. But meanwhile, if your jungler shows right, we're going to make the play left. Space Cadet starting up that first Fang 2, dropping it to about half. No chance of a Slay steal. Big Oaks on Erictor might be able to cause some problems, but walking into 4 members of your team on Dawn, probably best to walk that one out. He's got the trade solo lane kill for the first Fangtooth.
And in mini prime as well, because this should be uncontested. I believe that Toys will probably give this over to Okram, just give that set of a bit more presence in that lane, allow them to get that item and gold lead. And it is slayed early, so this should be given over to Okram, which it is. Always worried about that dot damage from the hunt, taking it away, but that is not the case in this one. Finishes the Earthshaker, which is not too often seen as the first item of Seraph. Gives that health, gives that attack speed, and gives you that extra damage on the abilities. As we get a gank in dual lane.
Whoa, be courageous. It's 2 with that stun as well from the ultimate. White Wolf stuck in the animation of the long arm of the law. And there is the punish from Space Cadets as well. Be crazy, making the plays, even things up here in the kill feed.
Such a good gank. And that double call was so strong. The long law went off already, but I'm not entirely sure what he was aiming for, because we can see that TG White Wolf is over, not sorry, TG White, sorry, the Trim Lost is over half HP still, and I mean, it just means that he was stuck in that animation. Was an easy gank for the Chimera to come on, jump on him, get that double kill, gonna even up the kill score. That's not gonna even up the entire game though, because Okram is still just able to push in wave after wave of these minions that are under the mini prime, and if he wants to, he could look for a invade if he so wanted, but we can already see 3 members of Space Cadets coming over to this solo lane.
You've got Seatnix and Be Crazed. They want to get this kill onto Okram. They want to take away that purple hue around him. First Cosmic Rift going to hit. The Ascend comes out. There's the distance. Going to force Okram away for now. Not forcing the reset, but just trying to keep him away from that tier 1 tower. Starting to cause some problems. Nothing major just yet. The Crutch, it's like moving in towards the blue side jungle of Space Cadets as well. Trying to just take away any of this jungle here, but there's not going to be much available for him apart from that free camp. But utilizing the dual lane pressure, utilizing that rotation also from Seatnix on the Argus into this side, they should be able to start pulling it away. Maybe it start to threaten this tower, maybe if Big Opes is able to hit one of their Riplashes.
But we can see that B-Craze is also coming over here. This might be ending up being a 3v3. Junglers, mid laners are coming over. We see Geek Bar already linked up with the Seeknix looking for anyone who gets caught out. But both teams just go back up. They don't really want anything else here. And this works in the plan of Toyboys, because Okram still has that mini farm. He is still pushing every single wave into that tower, and if Toys knows that the entirety of Space Cadets is on the other side of the map, he's doing this for free. There is no pressure on him to be careful of having wards out. He can just keep on doing this until the mini farm runs out.
Sure, you're just seeing every single minion wave start to crash under that tower, just starting to chip away. There's only so long that AGT is really able to hold it here before that tower should fall, but B-Craze immediately from base, already over to his right-hand side. Okram is maybe call it some spidey sense there, going to start to walk away, maybe knowing something is up. The Ascend comes out, B-Craze with the ambush, with the call, forces the blink out of Okram Seraph there, going to retreat away, and once again, just trying to relieve pressure, maybe at least getting something out of this gank.
It's going to force Okram to base. He doesn't want to be that low against the Terror at this stage of the game, because Terror still does a sizable amount now. It's level 8, still the same level as Okram as well. However, he's going to have a sizable amount of gold in his backpack to buy his next, or go towards his next item. And, I mean, we haven't really talked about mid laners too much, TJ, but they haven't really done much, to be fair. There's been no real ganks in this mid lane. As I say, like, Crutch is coming over here for a walk.
Oh, Cynic sidestepped the Dreadnought, sidesteps the Boulder Toss as well. The fancy footwork coming out from the Space Cadets mid laner. B-Craze and AGT looking to collapse on towards this Rampage. Blink over up onto the mid lane. Will get the jungler out for Toy Boys here. Space Cadets finding a decent response there towards Toy Boys, keeping this game still relatively even everywhere apart from that right-hand side.
Yeah, and it's a really close game considering this tournament, honestly. And I just want to point out, he had to blink there from Crutch, because AGT managed to get the
Interlake coming out there from the pacifist on towards White Wolf as a dual lane starts to get a little bit bored and think maybe about the 2 versus 2, but the pacifist walks into the long arm of the law, and White Wolf is not going to miss that one. Not going to get stunned out of it either. OC throwing the stasis bomb out of frustration, but this is a dual lane win for the side of the Toys.
Just using the third-person perspective, knowing that as soon as Pacifist walked around that corner, he wasn't able to dodge it, wasn't able to see it coming. So that was an easy kill for the ADC of Toys. But thank you for just respawn. They had to have reset anyway. And once again, I don't think Crutch is anywhere nearby, as that is the rest of the map game. Thank you very much. B-Craze should be able to get this with the 1000. Geek Bar is going to get it. Oh, it's arc shot. I completely missed it. I am so sorry, Observer.
It's fine. We shout out to Chidium here, showing the first ever broadcasted use of the arc shot here on the PCC channel. Not going to amount to much though. Okram only utilised it, got over to the left-hand side, but no fight happened. More importantly though, for the side of Space Cadets, AGT gets some much needed alone time with that tier 1 tower. Can't overstay the welcome though, with the move of Seeknix coming through the mid lane, and also Okram returning back to lane. AGT might be a little bit too far forward. We'll have that ultimate Dread Nova going to land. Particle Shredder starting to hit. Heaven's Fury just to keep Okram onto AGT, and they will just get a very easy kill on that right-hand side.
Geekpod just having so much damage, already hit the CC before the Unstoppable Force came out, meant that it was just a simply walk down. Seeknix now having to blink away, but going to get the ultimate, but B-Craze is also here.
It's a good sidestep, but it can't afford the next one. B-Craze leaping forward, ambush on towards Seeknix. Unfortunately, with the Chimera, can't really go out. It has to keep winning this fight. OC makes a crucial engage there. Iron Strike, Stasis Bomb, trying to keep B-Craze alive. The wall is fantastic. B-Craze blinks over the top, and B-Craze stays alive for now. And it's all up for the Space Cadets. Can they clean this up? But Okram hears me and wants to rise to the occasion. Takes down Seeknix, and now trying to take down OC, because Geekbar will blink away. OC blinks after, knows their death is imminent, but can they trade it out? No, they cannot. This Argus wins the fight, and it's Toys who are able to take 3 kills in that mid lane.
And out of nowhere, the fight finally happens in this game, and Toys takes it by a mile. Okram with a great rotation. AGT still dead from that previous over push from his side, meant that he wasn't able to come out. That was Toy Boys' game of fight to lose there, and Okram is now a monster on that server. I'm not entirely sure how many kills he picked up out of that 3, but it was definitely at least 2, might have been even all 3. Now the mini prime is once again respawned. We can see that Space Cadets actually has 4 members near this area, so if they want to contest they can, but they have to do it fast.
B-Craze is currently still in the jungle, should be dropping down to the river anytime soon, but not going to be there to stop Okram collecting a second mini prime for himself. And I think I know what he's got his eyes on. That right lane tier 1 tower really should not last too much longer here. Definitely up to Space Cadets to try and find some responses. Toy Boys feeling a little bit buoyed from that play in mid lane, now starting to move around the map, start to make a few of the set plays.
We see it already in the mid lane, getting that mid wave pushed out. Geek Bar and Big Oats refusing to allow access to a Space Cadet Seeknix, losing that wave once again. And Okram is going to be free, should be able to take this tier 1 tower pretty easily. We can see that AGT is now retained over, but with the help of Judgment, his cleave ability as well his abilities, he should be able to just auto this down before anyone else can net nearby. AGT now has to be careful he doesn't get caught out.
Well, he's just simply able to back away, a bit of a reckless assault as well, just to try and boop Okram away, but no response over from the side of Space Cadets to try and at least deal with that. Seraph means they're going to start causing the same problems onto the tier 2 tower. Torn Space going to be followed by Big Ops, and also the Crush, who is in that Behemoth, is going to land that boulder toss there, but B-Craze here, and all of a sudden Space Cadets is the one moving forward. Dreadnova going to hit, looking for a stasis bomb as well. B-Craze goes forward, needs to hit that Cull, but he's going to be hit by a silence, hit by a Rip Clash as well. Riftwalker's play coming out, and Space Cadets still grouping up, but now 4 members of the Toys are here, and there's a huge 2-man impale coming out from Big Oaks, setting them up for the rest of the Toy Boys to knock them down. Big Oaks hits the Rip Flash, cancels Pacifist Ventilates. He at least takes him down with the Vaporize. It will be at the cost of his own life. That's a 4 for 1 in the left-hand side.
And that was just a straight up 4v4 as well. Toys played that so well. They're spacing, baiting B-Craze and the like into that choke, making sure that the skewer was available to follow through, with Geek Bar backing up at the perfect time, meant that there was no chance for Space Cadets to get onto that kill. I think that was a 4v3 anyway. I don't think that TJ Whitewolf was in that fight whatsoever. Long Law, I'm not even sure that came out, but Ockham now might get caught out B-Craze, or they use the Ascent.
He's going to use that call, the blink out from Okram, but should be able to regroup with Geek Bar in the mid lane. Get Okram to safety here, but once again, just going to simply reset. Probably go back over towards that right-hand side, but we have got the third Fangtooth spawning here. Space Cadets now have, even though they are losing currently on the kill score here, on the neutral objectives though, 2 Fangtooths. They're currently on Fangtooth point for what I like to call the free Fangtooth Monty. Remember, the third Fangtooth does give you those permanent additions to your offensive and defensive stacks. A lot of onus now for Space Cadets to secure that, but also for Toys on that Dust side to try and deny it, and already can see all 10 players going to be on this left-hand side.
Toys are resetting a bit slower there, but Space Cadets aren't able to punish because of that. All 5 in the pit. We got 5 members of Space Cadets around the side. This should be taken down very quickly. It's actually taken down immediately. Space Cadets, this is not their fight to take. They need to back up as soon as they can, because there is nothing for them to fight for here outside of them just not dying.
Good play by side of Dust just to deny that third Fangtooth secure. Also going to mean that the next Fangtooth will be that Primal in about 5 minutes time as well. Or Prime will be spawning in 1 minute and 15 seconds as well. It's really up to Space Cadets to now try and weather the storm. We've had 2 back-to-back fights where it seems they've been the ones to start it, but they just haven't been able to win out in those fights, losing 3 members, losing 4 members. How do you assess their options going into this mid-game, Falcon?
It's not the worst in the world. The problem is that B-Craze is not really that playable anymore. Chimera does fall off. He's only level 10, isn't really getting forced out of his own jungle by Okram, who's level 13. This Seraph is so strong. 2.5 items, I believe. Cuts as well also hit that level 11. Rank 2 in the Behemoth. Very tanky. And even Richter at this stage of the game, although, I mean, he's level 9, he's not really doing that much in terms of the experience. He is still going to be Richter. Has got that skill and he's hit quite a few. So I think they need to just wait for a bit longer. They just need to give up what they can give up, let the All Prime spawn, and then if that Toys goes for it, try and punish them for it.
Want to see how they decide to utilize that in the Sanctuary map itself. As I say, All Prime about 8 seconds away, make that 7 seconds, make that countdown imminent for the big purple Guardian to spawn on that right-hand side. Space Cadets currently have Pacifist over on that left-hand side, doing a bit of split pushing, just trying to get the Twin Blast up to a decent point, but he can't overstay his welcome, can't make the same mistake AGT did earlier on in that game. I think that's a recall being channeled by Pacifist, and he should be able to get out of danger here. And already Toys utilising the opportunity to go for a full reset to make sure all of these side lanes are pushing in their favour and get ready for potential upcoming fights.
Yeah, as soon as the dual lane of Toys went over to collect that wave, there was no chance of really any objectives being taken. So they just went for a quick reset, try and get what items they can. We see Ockram has finished that Tainted Blade, is going to lose the tier 1 tower. Grutz is also over here with AGT, but AGT is still pretty tanky. He's level 12 on the tower, has that ultimate available if he so wants, but should be able to just walk out of this.
Well, he's going to, in fact, use that dash from the Terror just to definitely get out of danger on that right-hand side. And especially if there is a fight looming as well, you can't afford to take some of that chip damage. Take some of that extended damage from just trading with the Crutch. I mean, the Crutch just simply walks into the jungle. Passive going to heal him up, and he's going to be absolutely fine.
Hang on.
And Toys definitely in a stronger position on this right-hand side, grouping up, waiting for maybe someone to walk in towards the river. Be crazy. I saw you, Chimera. You thought about that, but deciding against going in towards the river. Can't say the same about Seeknix, though, but at least he has got the torn space. But here comes the pounce. TG White Wolf will be coming through. Dreadnova not going to find the mark with that 3-point shot, and is able to regroup with the team. Starts to get a little bit tense here, Falcon.
It's very, very tense. Any sort of CC can instantly start a team fight. We can see that Seeknix is going to have to reset, isn't wanting to be caught out. AGT wants to get caught out, but Crutch used the ultimate.
Crutch with that ultimate's going to go through. The Rift Walker's playing used as well, but Crutch just gets taken down. He will be chunked, he will be dropped, but it's going to be traded out. Pacifist hit by a bit of CC from the Dreadnova, able to rocket dash away 1-for-1, but Toys losing their jungler for now. Seeknix in that black hole, able to take down Ockram as well in the right hand side. Space Cadet finding two very crucial picks at this important time in this game.
Yeah, they take down Crutch as well, so that means that Toys can't really start any objectives they so want. They is going to be able to at least take some jungle, but it's just a bit too split. I don't know if the comms were a bit off, but Crutch went way too far forward, got caught out by the Decker. The rest of the team wasn't able to follow because of the containment fence, and then we saw that Ockram just trying to take out Seeknix, trying to make sure that the jungler was off the map, but with the help of Seeknix, Big Craze was doing one getting caught, but with the help of Seeknix was able to take down that serve. So that was going to be a big shutdown as well for whoever got that.
Well, it's also going to be exciting to see for Space Cadets as well when you look at their composition. Whilst they're not really the team that are able to start those fights anymore, but just looking with the tools available to them, they can at least deal with it. And you saw what happened there on the right-hand side, with the Crutch just going in too deep, and there was an immediate punish here. Pacifist, though, rocket dashes and blinks away, trying to go for the outplay, able to sidestep Big Opes. Now that allows the ambush. Big Craze does use the bigger raids. Pacifist jumps forward again, Cull on towards TG White Wolf, trying to get the kill on towards this Murdoch, and they do win that 2 versus 2, but it will be traded as Big Craze loses his life, and now the Pacifist takes 1, takes 2, but doesn't take a killing blow from the Synaptic Obliterator. OC Seeknix arrive on the scene, but the fight's already over. Jungle for ADC, and there's a Primal Fangtooth on the map, Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, Toys takes that. They lost their Murdoch. They lost quite a lot of damage, but they still have plenty in Big Oast in that Argus, or Hitgar, sorry, in that Argus. They have a good amount of damage using that Particle Shredder as well as this passive. They can definitely make danger, I think, mainly on the Orb Pies. A bit easier for them to take a bit less damage. Instead, they're going for a reset once again, wanting to make sure that they are all 5 available, and are just going to go for the safe option, just taking away as much gold and experience they can away from Space Cadets, who once again lose basically their entire jungle.
And with that, they also lose their setup as well. Just starting to keep them into this game, though. And I get the sense, though, that even though Space Cadets are the ones, being on the trades, having to commit so much to these plays just to keep this them in the game, they're keeping themselves in the game. They're denying Toy Boys from actually starting that All Prime, starting up this Primal Fangtooth. But now, maybe it's your side on Dusk who are getting a little bit impatient. I start to force this play. Crush is already here, going to take out the ward inside of the pit. Just starts up as well with the rest of the team. Here they go. Angel for a 5 versus 5. And this is a Primal Fangtooth. Going to take a little bit longer to clear. So there's more time now for the Space Cadets to group up. It's a 4-1. AGT split on that left-hand side of your screens while the rest of the team is in the river. Just showing face, just posturing right now. Enough for Toy Boys to step away from the Primal Fangtooth. Also taking a bit of damage. The health bar advantage goes over towards that Dawn side here. But now, with so many ways to start a fight for Toy Boys, they're going to retreat behind the fog wall as well. Space Cadets can't walk forward too much. Be Crazy sees an opportunity, going to hit two with the call as well. Here comes OKC, here comes Seekney, says, is the Rift Walkers back all over the top? They throw so much, but bodies just aren't dropping. Health bars fall, and that's actually Pacifist going down, and now Toys looking to start the fight, looking to go for the counter engagement. Health bars so low across the board. OC takes down Big Opes with that meme beam, and now it's up to Space Cadets to try and get away, but one wrong move, one more bit of CC will be immediate death. Look at those health bars and look how much they're above zero. AGT steps too far forward, goes to the Reckless Sword, on towards Geek Bar. AGT throws down that mid lane, now B-Craze jumps on towards the Crutch, gets the kill, and now it's Toys, who have been in control for so long in this game, gonna lose 4 members. Space Cadets play that so well, and it only cost them 2 players.
Toys overstayed their welcome so long. Ocarum was played the hero, got to the kill on the Tremblast, but had to reset because he was so low. And Toys did not respect that. They did not respect that they were numbers down. And B-Craze AGT, they saw that. They went for the dive. They knew they could get the kill onto Geekbar, who was not deathless before that. A big shutdown onto that Argus once again. And then they have the numbers advantage. Yes, they've lost the Terror, but there is still 4 alive. They can see that Big Opes is on the opposite side of the map. Occam is the only one who can even get close to this.
Final Fang2 dropping to its half HP bar. Okram maybe looking for exit frags. I'm not sure he can go in and actually get the steal here with B-Craze on that Chimera with the hunt, and it looks like the squad on Dusk are going to back away. Primal Fangtooth is secured. Everyone takes the Uber delivered by Seeknix as well to get out of dodge here. Third Fangtooth and a Primal one as well. Space Cadets starting to turn this game around.
And they're immediately running over to the All Prime. I don't think Toys is ready. We can see that Crutch is on the other side of the map. So if they want to start this, they can have a decent chance of maybe bursting this down, because they also got that third Fangtooth. They got the 8% stat buff with this. So they are very strong at this moment in time. And I mean, it may not be the case in terms of the gold, but it feels like Space Cadets for the first time are in the driver's seat.
You can look at the numbers behind, you can look at the way that this game is going by from purely a stats basis, but actually we can't factor in momentum in this game, right? I mean, Space Cadets, after being arguably behind for most of this game, to have that winning fight, surely that's going to feel so good as well as a team. And can they utilize that? Maybe a new lease on life, and maybe it's the opposite for the squad of the Toy Boys on Dusk as well, having it all start to fall apart here. This game still not over, still Predecessor to be played, and still an All Prime to fight over. Now Space Cadet's going to be a little bit more dangerous, I feel, going into this next one.
Yeah, Toys barely have any wards in this area. We can see that they've put down one by OC, who's immediately cleared it, replaced down by Big O. In this game, be down to a ward battle, but Space Cadets, they have control of the pit. If they so want, they can start it, but Toy Boys, they're not really behind on items. They can fight this if they so want to, if they want to fight into the Primal Fangtooth. But at the moment in time, all they're doing is just racing this bus. Space Cadets have done nothing with this Primal Fangtooth. They haven't taken any towers. They haven't gone for any picks. They've just been looking around this All Prime, seeing if they can get anything. Because really, they've got about a minute to do something with this. Otherwise, it's just kind of wasted.
Kind of feels a little bit like Scooby-Doo, everyone kind of running into different doors in the corridor, but no one really able to catch on towards the villain in that regards. I should say, Falcon, this just suits Toy Boys on Dusk. More than happy to wait out that Primal Fangtooth, but now Space Cadets maybe starting to feel like their time is running out, and they do start on towards the All Prime, B-Craze and ATG, starting it up, forcing Toys to move towards this tight corridor on the right-hand side. They're going to back away, though, just to get them off the All Prime. But once again, time's ticking and is not looking kindly on Space Cadets here.
Yeah, I think they might have gone as well. I can't see the Primal glow around them. So that is the Primal Fangtooth already used up. So all they have now is the 8% buff from those Fangtooths. There's going to be a tower taken. I'm not entirely sure what tower that was. I didn't look at it on the map. We can see that Space Cadets left here too. Toys are going to have to deal with that. They have sent Geek Bar over. This is a good chance for Space Cadets to do something if they so wish, but instead they might be looking for another invade.
But I know that Geek Bar is showing on that right-hand side, so we'll have a numbers advantage. White Wolf and the Pacifist, both ADCs, having pretty solid games, all things considered, in this game here. We're past that 30-minute mark, and game number 1 here of PCCX in the last chance qualifiers already serving up a banger. And it still feels like there's so much more Predecessor to play. That Orb Prime has been standing though now for 10.5 minutes. Neither team really able to seize the initiative here. So much so that there's also a threat of a Primal Fang Tooth spawning in a matter of moments.
That would be very interesting if the Primal once again spawn and see if both teams decide to split objectives. OC might get cornered here. Crutch coming in from the side, has the rock available. AGT behind. Cygnus is also in the rings. So it leads that Toys Boys, now that they have the Primal Fang Tooth out and out of the way, they want to go aggressive again. They want to see if they can get this momentum back. And they have the pit now. Basically, they just gave it up because, I don't know, they just gave it up.
Well, already it's going to be on Toy Boys to pounce on the opportunity, and now it's Space Cadets who need to reclaim control of the pit. You've got Seeknix now making a beeline over to Orb Prime, down to half HP, but in fact, Toy Boys looking to turn away from the Orb Prime. White Wolf still tanking, still aggro. BK is going to be hit by that Rip well. Needs to get in towards the pit. Okram just going to be chasing him out. Orb Prime fully disengaged from, still dealing damage. ATT able to fall as well, as Space Cadets start to fall apart. They're going to be split. Seeknix goes in towards the Black Hole, going to be interrupted, but he's still able to get one. He's still able to get two. Space Cadets still have an opportunity to win this team fight, and taking down a duo is a damn good way to go, but it is traded because in this split fight, it's Okarum is taken down to be Craze. Now Pacifist and OC able to deal with the Crutch as well. It's a bloodbath. It's a massacre here. Toys losing 4 members. Space Cadets still have 3, but not enough to maybe start the All Prime. It's still so close.
It's a deja vu, TJ. Once again, Toys starts a objective, and once again, they nearly get wiped off the map. They're not going to lose the All Prime from this, but they are going to lose their last 2 towers of the game. And, I mean, I understand why they started this. They saw that Cygnus was on the other side of the map. Space Cadets were all reset. They weren't ready. But it just took too long for the All Prime to start, and they were tagging it for way too long. We can see it on the back. TJ White Wolf, they were attacking it for a good 5-6 seconds after the rest of the team went in, and it just meant the Prime was aggro that entire time, dealing damage to the back line of Toy Boys, to Geek Bar, to TG White Wolf. That meant the HP bars weren't enough as Cygnus nearly dies to the jungle minions. But I mean, that just made the difference, because it allowed AGT to do as much damage as he could. I mean, Cygnus got nearly a great ultimate, if not for the fact that Big O's got the Rip Blast off of it. But I mean, it's hard to really say that they made anything wrong with the decision. It's just how they executed the fight afterwards.
Just coming down towards that team play. Such an important factor in here in competitive Predecessor, especially with the top teams. They can't afford to be any hesitancy in the cause. You have to commit to it there, and already it's like, oh, maybe a bit of deja vu, but actually on a slightly different plane here. But over on that Primal Fang Tooth, AGT able to sidestep that first boulder toss from the Crutch as well. This allows Space Cadets to move forward. Zenith getting some poke damage on towards Geek Bar, takes about a third of his HP as well, with just the rotation of the Cosmic Rift and the Void Breach as well. Space Cadets now have control. Mini Waves pushing in their favor. They've able to corral Toys in towards the mid lane as well. It's just, do they stick or do they twist and start up this Primal?
They've gone for the twist, they've gone for the damage. Pacifist has a lot of damage with this Pen TB, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Already down to 10k though, and Toys are coming in now. I think this is going to go for the get here.
Well, Okarum is going to go in towards the pit. He's going to start to get some damage down towards Seeknix. Crutch goes into Beta Moth, going to jump in. All eyes on the Primal Fang Tooth, secured by B-Craze and Space Cadets, but they need to win the fight. They need to get out of here because it's split. We're in the pit at the moment as Pacifist and B-Craze trying to deal with this rampage. The Long Arm of the Law comes flying through, but it's a 2-for-2 overall as Toy was not able to really capitalize on the lower health bars, and Space Cadets winning yet another team fight, dropping 3 members and so close to getting a full ace as White Wolf and Okram have to run to the hills.
Crutch was in the pit. It was a 50-50, but B-Face was faster on the trigger, and he survived the team fight. That means Space Cadets can now get the Orb Prime as well. And TJ, you can say your favorite line.
Oh, yes, I can, Broken. Securing this one gets them both buffs, the Orb Prime and the Primal Fangtooth. We call it the double bubble buff, and that is exactly what you're going to see from your side on Dawn. That purple hue round the shoulders and a primal blaze in their hearts as well. This is a terrifying team, and Toy Boys gotta start feeling a bit nervous now to go into the late game. Builds coming online, level 18s starting to be hit. We're getting closer to the climactic fight of this game, Falcon.
Yeah, Pacifist full build, got that Mutilator online, got that Draconium, so it's going to be tanky as well. He can survive that dive coming in from Operum, who, I mean, for the last 10-15 minutes, hasn't really been able to do that much in this game. It is down to TG Rifle, who has finally finished the monster, can finally deal with B-Crace and AGT. But I think that monster is just a bit too little too late. He really should have built up maybe third item just to deal with this dive coming in from PCCX. But now, it doesn't matter anymore. From now we're in this siege. Inhibitors are alive, all three for Toys, but that mid one is already significantly damaged. I expect probably SpaceX to do a 4-1, have AGT split push that side lane, but we can see a slightly different thing here. Pacifist, B-Craze, AGT in the mid lane, OC the split push decker support, and Seek Nix are in the side lanes.
Only we see that paired with the Muriel here, so OC is going to have to get those boots on, because it's certainly made for more than walking if he wants to get involved here. But with all of the waves starting to crash in this 1-3-1, it'll be a little bit quicker to go from tier 2 left in towards the mid lane, if that is going to be where the fight is as well. And also, I guess, you know, you're not giving up one of your main damage dealers, so there's still the threat if Toys decide to collapse and try to look for a numbers advantage fight. Another mini wave going to crash. Pacifist takes a Dread Nova, immediately cleansed by the Liberator, going to keep him alive. OC throws a stasis bomb, able to hit 2 on the response as well, but middle inhibitor is going to fall, and AGT jumps in towards the backline, able to corral them into a group. I'm just going to back away with that tower. What more can they get? Seek Nix has done the work on the right hand side. Another wave is going to crash, and Pacifist is here. That inhibitor is absolutely shredded now. 2 dropping. Toys stuck around the core here, waiting for an opportunity that Space Cadets just aren't giving them.
Yeah, Space Cadets does need to play it clean. They just need to get these 3 inhibitors. They can reset if they want to. They can use that last bit of gold. But Pacifist is full items. Seek Nix is pretty much there as well. They should be able to just end if they so want to. Primal Fangtooth is gone. It's just the Orb Prime left. But that is a massive minion wave.
And that's going to be a massive engage from B-Craze and AGT going into the backline, trying to get the damage call with a black hole over the top. And there fall the helpers, there fall the hopes of the Toy Boys squad. They're going to lose 2 as the minions onto the enemy core and able to get some damage down. But it's not going to be free. B-Craze and OC are going to drop Okram, Geek Bar straight from spawn, straight onto the jump pads, looking to try and get the damage on. AGT is low, so is Secrets here. And the Toy Boys squad have done enough. They're forcing Space Cadets away from their base. Pacifist is still here, but in a 1 versus 2, made it a 1 versus 3, nearly takes down Crutch, but the Dusk squad hold their base.
Geek Bar doing so much work in that defense. It looked like Okram was doing a lot with the dive, but Geek Bar was the one with the damage, was able to deal with every single member, especially that's outside of Seek Nix, who has lost that Orb Prime, has got that full build online though. But saying that, their core is at 50%, TJ. They can't really do anything with these deaths. They need to make sure that no waves touch this core. At best, they can get back to their own jungle, have Okram deal with that base defense, and I mean, make matters worse, that Primal Fangtooth is coming up relatively soon, and all the Space Cadets are going to be alive for it, outside of maybe Pacifist.
And then we have a complete, almost reversal from what we saw earlier on in this game, where it's actually on Toy Boys to make a response, right? Because with the inhibitors dropping down, with super minion waves pouring in, they're the ones on the time limit. They're the ones with that ticking time bomb as well, forcing them to make a choice. Looks like that's what they're going to do as well. Okram's cleared out the base. They have one opportunity. They're starting up this Primal Fangtooth. AGT is on the way. B-Craze, though, moving around with also Seek Nix joining as well. It's a 2 versus 4. Okram is on the way. If they lose this fight, they lose the game. B-Craze goes in towards their pit. He's going to jump forward, and no, Toys are able to secure it, but they still need to get it out as Big Ups hits the Riplash. Going to pull that B-Craze in, and Space Cadets lose 2 members, but look to the base. Look to the minimap. More waves flooding in, but it looks like Toy Boys have done enough to keep this game going.
don't look at the map, look at the death time. It says 80 seconds on both Seeknix and B-Craze. All Prime is going to be up way forward, and Toy Boys, they can get a second buff if they are so careful with the defense. Spacing that's I mean, they could look for a backdoor. AGT, Pacifist, they have enough damage to deal with the core at 50% if they are allowed to. But Toy Boys, they're playing it safe. Once again, they have this primal. They are going to push these raids out, make sure that their base is perfectly defended. And then with that All Prime coming up soon, I think, honestly, if they just send Krut and they send TGE White Wolf, they can probably just clear it.
It's going to take that Dread Nova, but with the buddy system, the ever infallible buddy system of OC, able to get Pacifist out, but you can just see the damage on one Dread Nova. Long arm Lalore, one more 3-pointer. Geek Bar hits the cross-court shot, takes down Pacifist. And what a move there from the Toy Boys mid laner, but now the collapse because the crutch in that Behemoth boulder sauce on towards OC, pulled in by Big Oaks and teared apart by this Dust team. And that Falcon with death timers as well is a massive hit. All 5 members on his left-hand side still not giving up, but they're all gonna reset. It's not the game just yet, but man, 70 seconds on OC. Holy.
How is Toys making this comeback? Their core was at 50%. Now they have Fire Fangtooth. Now they have 2 people dead on SpaceX. Now the All Prime is available for them. At best, B-Craze will go for a steal and most likely die for his sins, but I don't think that's even going to happen because look at how much damage Toys is doing to his objective. Already down to 6k, make that 0 because that is going to be the All Prime first of the game for Toy Boys. And now the situation is completely flipped on its head, TJ.
For sure here, I mean, it's even a complete reversal of the double bubble buff because now it's on Dust side. That Primal Fangtooth is still ticking along on some of these players as well. If they take another Primal Fangtooth, they're also going to get their 8% bonus to offense and defenses as well. But this game, we've been through the absolute ringer now. I mean, I'm getting tired just casting it. I can't even imagine what the player's going for. And this is only game 1 of tournament day as well.
I mean, we're starting with definitely a banger, which is always a fun to see. TG Rifle full build has that Imperator as well, so he is just hitting like an absolute truck. And even better for Toys, all of those inhibitors are now back alive, so they don't have to care about those super minions walking down. This is going to make this push even easier. Having a 1-3-1, Geek Bar, Okurum on the side lanes. We got Krutz, we got TJ Rival, we got Big Oats near that mid lane. I mean, especially that they have a lot of wave clear. They have Gideon, they have Gym Blast. It's just going to be careful how much dive there is.
Well, there's the dive on towards Geek Bar with the Highland Hurl connecting from AGT, and now Toy Boy is going to be without their mid laner for 92 seconds. I mean, may as well just go on the other tab, maybe load up Twitter or something, maybe load up Reddit, or maybe even go and watch a little bit of PCCB stream as well. As I believe we're probably going to be on to the second game, because this one, 43.5 minutes, we're still on our first game of the day as well, and definitely, Geeks Bar's definitely got some time on his hands for sure. Defense, though, 4 versus 5 is still sticking around.
Yeah, just make a Reddit post complaining about how long death timers are in the late game. But, I mean, he got caught out. I mean, that's what SpaceX do. They got rid of one of these lanes pushes. Now they only have to care about 2 of these lanes. Okurum has to be careful he doesn't get caught out himself. Toys, they can still push this. They still have the All Prime. No Primal Fangtooth alive left for them. And going for a team fight.
B-Craze with the call, they're going to land on towards Big Oaks. They're going to take down with Seeknix in the black hole. He's got the full duration to burn through some health bars. And now Toy Boys on the retreat, trying to get away, trying to get to safety. The Space Cadets are not going to give them a good side set from White Wolf. But 4 members dropping 80 seconds on Okurum. Sorry, made it 85 seconds. And now look at them make a beeline down the base. TG White Wolf. Now's your time to make an absolute miracle hold, because you've got to hold off all 5 members of the Space Cadets.
That is definitely not happening. He just gets ripped to shreds. But Geek Bar is alive. It is going to be 1v5 Argus once again. The core is down already to 80%.
And it's going to be dropping even further. Pacifist focusing on the call. Maybe had a few stats there.
There's no
Geekbar
minions.
links back towards his Falting. But what a back and forward game we have just watched between Space Cadets and the Toy Boys. A victory goes to Space Cadets. They advance to the next round of the winners bracket. The tournament's not over for Toy Boys. They drop to the losers bracket, but 45-minute banger here on the PCC mainstream.
I mean, if you want to start a tournament, that is definitely one way to do it. Wow. I mean, fair play to both those teams. Either team could have easily won that game. It just came down to that last wheel pick on Geekbar. Once Space Cadets got that, they could go for the 4v5 Ocarina a bit too late to the party to help the rest of his team. And seeing it again, such a good black hole on top of that meant that it was just a victory for Space Cadets. And I mean, again, it's second chance. There was last chance qualifier. It is a double elimination bracket, as we have said. So Toys can come back. They can get their revenge if they so want to, but probably not against Space Cadets in the rest of the tournament. And if they play like that, I mean, there's definitely a chance we can see them later on.
It was absolutely crazy. It was absolute madness as well. It was an absolute amazing game one we've had here on PCC mainstream. It's going to do it from me and Falcon. We're going to throw it back to the desk. I promise you a banger, and we deliver. Let's take it back to R-Dog, Blue Jay, and also Lake. So they can take us through the post-game breakdown.
Thank you so much, TJ, DJ, and Falcon. Welcome back to the desk. We just watched the first game between Space Cadets versus Toy Boys, with the boys having the better draft, but Space Cadets just taking game one away from them. Reminder that exclamation point bracket does show you the current standings here in the LCQ. But just watching that late game, let's talk about the action. What went well for Space Cadets and what went wrong for the boys, Blue Jay and Lake?
Yeah, I mean, that game was a very long one, and Space Cadets just had a good fight in the mid to late game. Toy had the advantage going into the mid to late game and then just kind of fumbled it with an early fight that they took. I think they could have positioned it a little bit better, but Space Cadets took full advantage of it and then just kind of, created that chaotic game where the Rampage kind of fell off falling into the late game, and then they just kind of, catapulted, took a few objectives, and then won the game.
Yeah, I think honestly the first 20 minutes, maybe the Toys had full control of the game. It felt like, from my perspective, that I think some of the builds weren't more optimal. Could have made a big difference. As well as I watched them play as a team around the objective fights. It looked like half the team wanted to do the objective, the other half the team wanted to engage on the enemy team. So it looked like there was some miscommunication, or maybe not trust, or maybe too much comms going on, that it just felt like Space Cadets were well put together as a team, and they felt like when they had a plan, they executed it as five, whereas on the Toy Boys, it felt like everyone was kind of doing their own, like it was their own little ranked environment, making their own plays, not listening to each other.
When it comes to the draft, though, this is exactly what you both predicted. You talked about the Seraph just absolutely dominating that offlane. They were able to secure Mini Prime prior to 20 minutes, and Seraph just kept pressure. But in the end, boys did take that last objective, but it just wasn't enough to win the match, unfortunately. What else did you both observe?
Yeah, I mean, after boys, they halted the 3 inhibitor push that Space Cadets had, and then they got the last objective and they were pushing up the lane, and then we saw, I believe, the Argus get picked over in the dual lane side, and then they took a 4v5, and then they were kind of like Lake was saying, they all were just kind of spread out doing their own things, when in the late game, team fighting is so relevant, and you have to know what your roles are in the team fight as a tank, as a carry, as a mage, right? And if you're not able to put that all together, the team who team fights better in the end is going to win most of the games.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what kind of sealed the deal was Argus getting picked, Toy Boys not respecting that they have to play a 4v5, so they played maybe a bit too far forward. They got engaged on with a man down, and mages right now are your biggest burst of damage. So if your mage is gone, you're lacking a lot of burst DPS. So they took advantage of that on the Space Cadet. They said, hey, these guys are not being respectful. We're just going to full engage, and we have the man advantage, so we're just going to win the fight and then win the game.
Thank you, Blue Jay and Lake. Thank you, everybody, for watching. That was just game one, and either team really could have won that game. GG Space Cadets, you do move forward, but it's not over for the other team, for the boys, because they do move towards the loser bracket this time around. But we're still on a quest to find the top 2 teams advancing from today. Stay tuned, because we'll be back with game 2 between Nightshade and Speakeasy. Let's take a break. Welcome back to the PCC, where we watch the best that Predecessor has to offer. My name is Ardog with the Triple G, and I'm here with Blue Jay and Lakeinator. Our next game is between Nightshade and Speakeasy. On Nightshade, we're talking about just the rosters here. We have Mr. Guru, Blue Monster, Naps, Turk, and Senpai. And over on the Speakeasy side, we have Euphoric, AO, STS Butters, Kev Kaioken, and Candy Blue Sky. Lakin and Blue Jay, what do you guys know about these two teams?
I mean, this should be another great game when looking at these two teams lining up. We have, Guru on the side of Nightshade coming in, who has been in many PCCs before, played on the Professors for a little while. So that's a staple name in the community. And then Butters is someone in rank that I see all the time in the offlane that's actually, doing very well. So this game should be another banger, just like the last one. And I'm just excited to get into it and see what the draft looks like coming into it.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm actually quite interested to see how Speakeasy plays. I see all these guys in my rank game: Butters, Euphoric, AO, Candy, even Kev. I see them all in my rank games. Like, I know Euphoric is a big Kalari enjoyer, so maybe we see some Kalari gameplay, but I'm very curious to see, what these teams pull out.
Yeah, is this going to be another hour-long match? I kind of hope not, but also I love those matches that leave you on the edge of your seats. But Lake and Blue Jay, it's time to head into this draft. Let's not delay this any longer. We talked a bit about potential picks and bans already, but since both of you are on the duo side, what are the top picks there?
Right now in the carry role, Lake can speak to that, but at least in the support role, we see a Decker ban actually coming in. Decker's one of the strong supports. We also have Bellica. Muriel actually right now I think is very good, just because she can kind of be a lane bully as well as help her team across the map with a lot of these more high tempo jungle picks that we're seeing in the meta right now. But really most of the characters in the game are actually very situational when you're picking in the dual lane role. But I'll let Lake speak to the carry role.
I would say a lot of carriers now are flexible. You can pick pretty much any carrier that has a certain impact or a certain playstyle you're looking for. I think, some shine more than others. But honestly, if I didn't have, say, what I think is Murdoch really strong, and I've had Kira or a Drongo, I'm quite fine with it. Like, the carries are very interchangeable. You can even grab the Revenant if it fits the team. So it's very flexible in the carry. As well as I think even supports. Supports have a lot of options right now. There's even the occasional steal. You got Richter, you have Muriel, Zinx, Decker. There's so many different supports you can pick that kind of fills in that team. I don't think support and carry are too like, oh, I need to pick one right now. It's like, is this going to fit our team? Do we grab this early because of our team comp, or do we wait? And you kind of see here how they're prioritizing the Greystone, the Terra, the Seraph. Like, they're trying to prioritize offlane and the jungle, as those roles tend to be more limited.
And you guys were talking about the Decker. That's the first ban coming out from Speakeasy. Now we already have a lot of players coming out from Speakeasy's side. The Terra, the Seraph, and the Murdoch. You're already imagining the kind of combinations and the type of dives and engagements that you're expecting. But over onto the Nightshade side, you've got the Drongo and the Greystone. Normally, you don't expect ADCs to be picked so early, but and when you're looking at previous PCC tournaments, they're usually over on the last pick, the 5th pick, or the 4th. But that's Murdoch and Drongo taken away and being, I guess, picked by both Nightshade and Speakeasy. And so Blue with Lieutenant Balika, that's actually the second pick over on Team Nightshade. So we already know what the potential mid laner is for the Nightshade, but Lieutenant Balika, you've also seen her on the support role. What do you think, Lakin?
I think with Bellica, she's also a great flex pick to pick up early. You can slot her mid, and then if they maybe pick a Gideon or a harder matchup, you can then carry over to the support role. She's very flexible. Honestly, does both roles extremely well right now, either peeling or just being able to drop a nuke on someone and almost one-shot them. So very flexible in that. It can also handle the Seraph dive, or wait for her to engage. When she engages, you just knock her out over her engage. So very flexible when it comes to the Bellica pick. And also the Drongo was probably picked up early too to survive the dive. If she gets or not she, but if Drongo gets dove on by Terra and Seraph, Drongo can ult out of there, or gas grenade and dance in the gas grenade to stall some time, some abilities. So there's some flexibility around that.
Yeah, so we're still missing one more player from the Nightshade side, but over onto the Speakeasy side, you're already seeing the Narbash pick. We haven't seen a lot of Narbash as of late. He hasn't been, you know, being played in scrims too much because he did get nerfed. But actually, Nightshade is picking up the Countess. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the Countess coming in is definitely a surprise pick, a pick that was very strong before this last patch, and a lot of teams are actually playing it. It'll be interesting to see how it filters into this comp. We see the Countess is probably going to be going into the mid lane and up against that Argus. That is one of the matchups that I don't know if it's as good for her. I know she prefers going into like a Gideon, but I think the matchup should be fine for her in the mid lane. Looking at both comps though, I kind of surprisingly like the side of Nightshade. I think that they have a very high tempo comp that they can play with, but on the side of Speakeasy, they just have a kind of a traditional good comp with a lot of peel and a lot of survivability into the team fights.
I'm not too sure how I like the Countess into this comp. Like, I feel like Countess might struggle into an Argus in the mid lane, might need a lot of support. Who knows? Maybe they said, you know what, we're pulling Countess support because it's good in the Narbash. I don't know, but like, I'm kind of questioning the Countess, because if the Countess can't really get in there and burst someone, is she really that valuable in the mid lane? Maybe she does go a bit more bruisery, and so she just tries to be a sustained fighter and try to cause a lot of disruption. It's kind of hard to tell because you can't really lock down Terra's Countess. Seraph is hard to catch. Maybe the goal is to maybe they're trying to play counter dive, so Seraph goes in, then Countess ults a Seraph. So I'm very curious on the reasoning behind the Countess. So like, what was their plan?
If you had to choose between both of these two teams, which comp are you choosing and why?
I'd probably choose the Speakeasy comp just because I think it's a lot easier to play. I think the Nightshade comp is going to be very difficult, and you have to be very much on the same page to actually pull this comp off. Whereas I think the Speakeasy side, you have the Narbash, you have the Seraph, you have the traditional Murdoch. So I think it's going to be easier to come out with a Speakeasy comp. So I would take their composition over the Nightshade comp.
I think I'm also in the same boat. I look at Speakeasy. They have a very well-rounded, nice team fighting comp. So if they can play to that strength, where I think as Nightshade is looking for that quick pick, that quick execute, and if Nightshade can get that quick pick, I think they will excel. But I also think it's going to be harder for them to pull off, whereas Speakeasy has a much easier time, I believe, playing into their comp with all the movement, all the stuns. So being able to just be able to peel and just space their team out.
You guys may or may not have the caster curse, because the first game you said both you favored the one comp from the one team, and then now you're favoring Speakeasy again. But we'll see. This is game number 2, round 2. Cast your votes, ladies and gentlemen. Speakeasy versus Nightshade. Take it away, F6 and Ego.
Gamers, welcome in. You're about to tune in to game 2 of the LCQ in the casting booth. Rocking with you today, despite the names. It's your boy Ego and F6. Brother, are you excited to be getting into these games?
No, man, I'm more than excited. This is the second round of the PCCX LCQ. A lot of these teams are just trying to fight for that right to just be able to contend with our top 8. Only 4 teams get to leave by the end of this weekend, so we're just seeing these hard-fought games already between round number 1. It was just so intense.
Dude, that first game was so incredibly intense, and I'll be honest, it's exactly what I was looking forward to and what I was expecting here in PCCX, where you're going to have the best players in Predecessor looking to compete and looking to gather at where the competition is hottest, as we're going to be making our way into this second game of the day, Speakeasy versus Nightshade. I have to ask you, man, since we just got out of that drafting phase, do you favor either one more than the other?
I'm going to Speakeasy. It's just comfort. When you look over it towards the Nightshade, it's a little bit more complex. Everything has to kind of line up, but meantime, on the side of Speakeasy, to just create some space, they'll be able to use that Narbash shield, and they can take those longer fights. They can poke a little bit more without having to worry about, hey, can we even sustain these pokes between both of each other? So I'm sure just having fun with that.
I'm going to be honest, I have to agree. I normally like to be the odd man out, but this team is so incredibly circular because they're smooth around the edges no matter how you look at it. There's a lot of comfortability that some of these peaks have. I mean, you have the healing and sustain coming out of Narbash, the natural safety that Murdoch is going to be able to have, as well as the engage/disengage out of the Ascenda Seraph. As speaking of engages, we're going to see Nightshade looking to get a little bit active here within the early.
I mean, this is what their comp is made for, right, Ego? We just talked about it, heard Lake and Blue Jay talked a little bit about it on the desk. They want to get aggressive. They want to get those picks, and they're looking to start that off early. But the awareness coming out of Speakeasy, they're understanding they don't want to take that fight, just being able to get out of dodge. They do have that ward on that 5 camp, though. So the very early game starts already with the vision control.
Most definitely, and I couldn't agree anymore with what you as well as the desk said. They more than what they need to be able to get some of these picks in these engages for them to be successful. I mean, you have some pretty solid tools to be able to get onto the backline or turn those backliners into frontliners per se, with the Seismic Assault as well as the diving capabilities of the Chimera and the Countess. But overall, I like easy compositions because it leaves less room for error, and there is a lot of room for potential error within this Nightshade composition.
I could not agree with you more there. The simpler you can make the game, the better. The less you have to worry about simple things like timing of skills. Just like, for instance, the Narbash, you just press E and you worry about positioning, right? A little bit more goes into it when you're starting to use that crash bring and spacing. Butters, though, we're seeing that simple Terra, just being able to use that extra third strike onto her Q there, just to be able to get that extra damage off, putting Greystone on that back line. Simple but easy.
Oh man, that is exactly what I hope to see coming out of Terror throughout this game. It has to be some strong legs to carry that armor, so naturally they're going to be looking to run at you. As now within the mid lane, we're going to see that Particle Shredder starting to do what it does. It's literally within the name, as now Chimera, no ward on the backside to indicate that they may be looking for a full rotation, but where they're going to be there, it is going to be Narbash looking to back up to that T1, as Seraph is going to try to get Mr. Guru to back off of the camp. It's going to be an engage, though, as now Seraph is going to be playing the space a little bit further back, waiting for Candy Blue Sky to maybe help out in this rotation.
They're waiting here. They're trying to get a little bit out of it, but they don't want to take that fight because you can see Nightshade have already pushed in the wave onto that dual lane, so they have all the advantage to contest that. So they're able to take away some farm away from a Nightshade, putting that Seraph behind just a little bit more, keeping that Kai hit.
And if you do take a little bit of damage in that altercation, you just walk into the China AoE of the Narbash shields afterwards, resustain yourself, and then reset, as we see the Chimera did do. Now looking to clear out that blue side jungle. It looks like we're going to have a relatively calm early onset onto this game, but I have no doubt with that Fangtooth on the way, we're going to see things start to ramp up.
Oh, indeed, especially if this moment and the setting is right. But on the looks of it, though, when it comes for Team Speakeasy, they have the advantage inside off lane. They have a lot of control. Looks like Butter just being able to maintain himself. Talked about that on desk. Butter's just a confident off laner, just handling that Terra with ease against that Greystone. But it's going to come down to this mid lane matchup, as we do see some conversion. Not a lot of kill potential, but you see in that subtle kind of uproar over into that off lane, push itself over towards the mid lane, causing some problems for that counter.
There could potentially be a lot of problems for that Countess, especially if Speakeasy decide they want to make that a priority. They have some pretty solid dive tools of their own in order to harass this Countess in the mid lane and keep her from getting fed and scaling into the late game, especially if they're going to be looking to stifle it early. That being said, though, nothing subliminary really coming out quite yet, but it does look like Chimera is going to just constantly be looking for some of these engages. He hit dual lane now. He's going to be hovering over into solo. Very aware, though, Terra is going to be getting underneath the T1.
Looking over at this 2 camp, before it knows it's coming, he's going to try and secure it, but look, he does have some reinforcements. Does look like it's going to be a 3v2 battle, but Mr. Guru still just applying it, just not letting go of that Seraph, just letting her know that he's going to be everywhere where she's at.
Dude, Mr. Guru is playing like a firefighter. He is across the map looking for smoke, and as of now, Speakeasy has been kind of asthmatic, understandably so. Why take a fight that you are going to be at risk of losing, especially with some of these groupings we've seen out of Nightshade so far?
They've been doing pretty well. You can see they're just trying to match the rotation, trying to keep aggressive with Guru, especially with that Chimera. You're going to want a little bit of help, especially when you're going deep inside the jungle there. You want to make sure you have that security. But look at Blue Monster.
First Fangtooth is going to be up, though, as we once again see
Butters
applying a lot of pressure to that solo lane. With that being said, though, I am anticipating to maybe start seeing a grouping around the Fangtooth here relatively quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going to have to wait for the timing here. As you can see, the mid lane is just not set up for them quite properly, and then so is the dual lane. And those are the key factors that really initiates one of these neutral objective calls. They need to make sure these waves are set, to make sure they have control vision-wise in the lane, and also make sure they have a little vision control towards that mid side if somebody tries to sneak in and they could possibly collapse and turn on them.
Maybe so, and I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised here. A lot of what the meta has depicted, at least up to this point in our studies, has been a lot of aggressive play, looking to kind of stomp the lights out of the opposing team at every single opportunity. And we have seen the attempts at it, but we haven't really seen it come to fruition in any of these early engages that we've kind of come to expect within what this meta has shaken out to be. That being said, though, Fangtooth has been started here by Mr. Guru.
Up and you see everything lined up like we were talking about before. You see it on the side of Nightshade, they have that dual lane pushed up, they have the mid push up, so they have control of this side of the map. But Euphoric still has no idea yet that the Fangtooth is being taken. But here comes that conversion, and it looks like Senpai is in a little bit of trouble.
Yes, he is. It is going to be a forced use of the blink. It's on to the back end now. It's going to be Euphoric looking to find a little bit of peace of mind near the Narbash, and they will, but at what cost? The cost exactly is going to be that Fangtooth, as it is going to be Nightshade who strike first on the objectives.
Strikes first indeed, but still, Ego, we were waiting for that first blood, that first initial kill to set the tone, and not happen just yet. It's very rare that we see the Fangtooth go down before we get that first blood, but nonetheless, it is that Chimera, it is Mr. Guru. We've seen the aggression, and we've already seen him take down a neutral objective. Expect him to go towards this mini prime if that Greystone can take this reset after pushing in this wave.
I'm expecting to see him do exactly that. Get the reset, get a little bit of a power spike. You don't have too much gold on you necessarily, but that 800-ish gold can be spent to do something, as that Wild Rush is going to keep Blue Monster doing nothing, looking to just get control of the wave and a reset. Terra now is going to be able to just peel through these minions and maybe get their economy up.
Going to be able to set up a freeze here onto that side of the map, which is going to be handy for her to be able to start to control that lane a little bit more. But here we see Naps getting a little bit of attention towards Aho, just poking away, getting him down dwindle by dwindle to be able to possibly get that feast to land and maybe get that burst to get that first kill.
Dreadnova is going to be offline there. Maybe a little bit of damage potential, but the kill potential basically not there in any way. With that being said, though, F6, as we're going to be making our way sooner rather than later to that 10-minute mark, both of these teams have seemed to have a heavy emphasis on playing safe, playing cautious, or you could say just playing smart and scaling their way up into the late game. We know Nightshade's team composition has a high priority on being able to get a couple picks. Do you think they're just waiting until the damage comes online to maybe start going for some of those with 2, 3, 4 members?
I mean, they already have the damage. I just think they're just making smart opportunities here. Make sure they don't just push themselves into a position that they can't get themselves out of. They have that Chimera. They're already seeing them control this map. Look at that. Like we called it before, it's not a caster curse, but just helping them out. Mini Prime is being taken now. There is 2 members of Speakeasy. They're getting ready to contest, but it is still a 3v2.
A 3v2 indeed. Ascena is going to be activated, and it's going to be Euphoric who goes up and does get the steal at absolutely no cost. It is going to be their life, though, laid on the line, as SS Butters is going to get ran through on the backside. It is going to be the particle shredder being utilized in order to try to discourage him. Long arm of the law does reach, but with that thrown forward soul, it is not going to be able to reach the end of Greystone's health bar. Butters with the dance feet onto the back end is going to be able to keep this team fight rolling. 1-to-1, one team looking to get the advantage, and one team very well may have it with Blue Monsters oh so very low. It's going to force the blink to come out of the Narbash. This is his swamp, and this is the kill lead going in favor of Speakeasy.
The big ogre, what a crash bang boom timing coming out of blue sky there to save Butters 1 HP in a dream. And even though to finish it off, to get a kill for the support man himself, flash for a thunk, 100% worth it.
Brother was on his Thanos action. He saw him getting away. He said, fine, I'll do it myself. Comes through, big chicken bone straight to the forehead. And it is going to be a kill lead that is going to be claimed for Speakeasy, but at the cost of losing out that Fangtooth, at actually being able to pick up the Fangtooth in Nightshade's hand. My apologies for the misspeak there. That being said, though, it does seem like these teams are starting to ramp up.
They are indeed, and that is all it takes, right? Seeing those kills finally initiate the actual commence of this game, as now we're going to start to see them ramp up, because they're going to need to make sure the economy stays into their favor. And right now, Speakeasy is holding that. They're able to secure that mini orb prime, gives a little bit more gold than that Fangtooth all around. So right now, they're up just by a little, but still in a good place.
Just by a little is better than not at all, and we know the best teams are going to be able to accumulate that lead and extend it into a point where it's going to be very hard for the opposing squad to come back. That being said, though, we're seeing Naps here getting possibly a little bit frisky. What could have been a potential rotation, but turning tail, they're going to be rotating back to the mid, as Seraph is going to be rotating over into this dual lane where Mr. Guru has showed face.
P4 does not want Mr. Guru on this Chimera to sneak another Fangtooth away, so you're seeing her show presence, and now showing presence in this mid has to force a flash on Naps because the slipstream is a down, so she's going to be out of that for now, but she is safe, but it's still going to be a big resource down for this Fangtooth fight coming up.
STS Butters maybe looking to get a little bit preemptively aggressive on that fight. Highlander Hurl is going to be up empowered. That could be a route to set up a big play, but with the space already being created for the dual lane of Nightshade, it doesn't look like the engage or the kill potential is going to quite be there.
Oh, and hello? Naps is pushing in through mid lane here, going to be caught in a bad position. Should be able to buy some time, though. The decision, though, is going to be on Speakeasy. Do they just let the Countess go and force themselves onto this Fangtooth? Because Greystone is on the opposite side of the map. They have the numbers advantage. They know the flash is down on Naps, so this should be that call to go, go, go.
Most definitely, man. You have to just take what the enemy team's giving you, and with Greystone showing face on the other side of the map, they are giving you the numbers advantage, and there they are taking it, capitalizing, and even up the Fangtooth 1-1.
And now Naps once again caught into this back line between the tier 1 hits with the Dread Nova. They're on top of her, and she's going to have to try to find a great escape.
It's going to be the Wild Rush here. Ulti in order to get the roots on top of that Highlander Hurl, as it's going to be Naps, who is indeed laid to sleep. Aho will pick up the kill.
Speakeasy getting a kill, getting the Fangtooth, but they do lose that T1 in mid lane as well as one over inside duo. So it's looking a little bit rough when it comes towards the structures, because the map now is open up a little bit more for Nightshade to start to be a little bit more aggressive with the vision control and might be able to roam a little bit more now, but still Speakeasy holding their own, trying to fight their own game, controlling a little bit more of this pace as they take and secure a little bit more on that kill lead.
I mean, this is exactly what we said in the pregame. This is exactly what the desk brought up. This Countess naturally is going to have to struggle a little bit. But with that being said, being able to now lock down that mid lane, the struggle may all be worth it, as some of those invades, some of that pressure being applied from the Chimera is going to be a little bit easier too. That's one less structure that this squad is going to have to run to, as we know when Chimera is going to be looking for the dive.
Yeah, I mean, Chimera is one of those characters that are always going to be looking for the dive. The drawback to that is once he's in, he's in. He's going to have some reinforcement, going to have some help to get him through those tough engagements. But nonetheless, you're already starting to see the movement coming out of Team Nightshade here. Everybody just kind of trying to just control these waves, making their opportune time, looking for something and trying to get their vision control, because next is going to be the second mini prime here. And they don't want to lose out twice.
They do not want to lose out on that objective at all going forward. They're going to be looking to maybe capitalize and lock down some of the space around these neutral objectives. That being said, though, what preventive actions do you think of 6 they can take in order to increase their chances of starting to lock down that neutral objective?
I mean, they're doing it right now with the vision control. Would you see Euphoric though sweeping it, taking control over, trying to fight that vision control back against Speakeasy here, or against Nightshade? But it's going to have to come down to this big crash bang boom here. It looks like the mid lane engagement.
Oh my god, she got knocked up and immediately put down, and this is exactly what we were talking about a little bit earlier on, I should say, for Speakeasy. In this case, this team composition is so easy to execute on. You guys group up, you crash, bang, boom, and then you pop the enemy team, and whoever is remaining, you can just turn onto them. That being said, though, Aho is going to be able to burn through this objective. Nonetheless, it's going to be Speakeasy who does pick it up despite the engage 1-to-1 trade, though a 1-to-2 trade now, as we are going to see both Narbash and Seraph are going to go down. Butters as well is going to be melted naturally, as that boy's going to get put in the frying pot. What did it cost F6? It looks like damn near everything, as Argus is going to be the sole survivor.
Oh man, it did cost them a lot. They did end up getting the mini prime, but they lost it right away. And then now Nightshade back into the game, 5-5, tying up that kill score. And now it's just anybody's game at all, because after all of that, it's still just even.
This is my favorite type of game, I'll be honest. Maybe a little bit of a slow starter, yes, but 5-5, both teams very much so comfortable with looking for some of these engages. You could not predict with an Oracle's Ball who would ultimately be winning this game in this moment. PCC fans, if you're listening to The Crown and you're a fan, if you're one of these teams, now's the time to get loud, as the momentum could truly be seized by either one.
And that was just a little bit weird of a fight from the Meteor Prime there. They used a lot of resources into that mid lane fight, maybe a little bit more than they needed to kill Naps. At the end there, they went straight over towards the Meteor Prime, and you could tell Nightshade was just drooling and just like, yes, this is the fight we take. We know they don't have the Crash Bang Boom to really negate a lot of that engaged potential, and they just committed and they were able to secure everything.
I mean, Countess did get just bullied out. That game, that match, that interaction looked more like a 5v5 only in the freeze frame, because 2 frames later, she was in the death screen in the fountain. That being said, though, they are going to be able to get a little bit of a re-emergence here in mid, but being dived onto the backside. Naps, once again, at risk at being rocked to sleep. Long Arm of the Law does reach, but it's not going to be enough to get a kill here within the mid.
Just not quite yet, but Euphoric is going to have to take this back, and Third Fangtooth is getting ready to spawn. They're going to have the first initiation on it. Question is, though, can Euphoric get back to really contest this? We do know the Long Arm of the Law is down, but also Euphoric's Flash, Stoneforge Soul, still warming itself up, but is ready for this next engagement.
Nightshade just most definitely just going to be able to absolutely burn that. Them having that bad boy completely surrounded at minute 1, at millisecond 1 of it spawning in is going to be indicative of that thing not being there for a very long. Fangtooth advantage swings in favor of Nightshade 18 minutes in.
Speakeasy looking to take over this mid lane, though that tower does not have too much health, and it's only Naps. You can see the rest of Nightshade over towards the red side of the jungle, though, so can easily rotate, and Greystone heading in here as well.
Naps being very smart, not playing up, not looking for something that is not going to be there. Will be playing behind the T1 tower for as long as it is going to be present. But now maybe looking to group up with a Blue Monster. They could potentially look for a fight on the very much so grouped up Speakeasy in the red side jungle. But it doesn't look like that is what the future has in store for us here, as both sides are going to maybe reset and look to get their farm up.
I mean, there's not any objectives on the board right now currently for them. They still have a little bit less than a minute for that Big Orb Prime. That's also still a very tall task for a team right now in this stage of the game, just to go ahead and rip it. So you're going to see a lot of just map control going on. You're going to see a lot of vision trying to be upheld inside each of these enemies' jungles, and you're going to start to see them start to do a little bit more wave management, waiting for that time to go in.
And at this point, while we've been waiting for them to go in on the objectives on each other, we've got to see both of these play styles off these compositions kind of in play there within the pit, having the opportunity to just full-on 5-on-5 be the aggressor. Nightshade only profited. The stocks truly were up, but Speakeasy playing a little bit more of a casual, calm game, looking to see whatever Nightshade is going to give them, has been able to capitalize in almost every instance of them giving them a little bit and turning that little bit at least into a little bit more, able to turn a small advantage into a moderate one is going to be key for them to be able to win out in these games. As in mid lane, that moderate damage got maximized within a moment. Now though, we're going to see Seraph going in, then immediately getting out with that long over the log, going down. No one is going to fall, as it's going to be a 1-0 trade and a kill lead for Nightshade.
And that is the pick we were looking for when we talk about, hey, this is Team Nightshade. A little bit harder to play, but we're looking to just take you out one by one, seeing those opportune times, and they took it right there in the mid lane, forced out the flash on Norbash there, being able just to capitalize over onto him, and they took down the main sustain out of Speakeasy, so there's not a lot they can really do for the next couple seconds.
Losing the power of that re-engage cannon in the Narbash is going to be devastating, and I think it was just the smartest play that Sarah's going to be able to in that instance. Hey, you went in, you looked around at the situation, and you decided, hey, I think I'm going to head out on this one, big guys. I'll catch you a little bit later, as now Narbash is going to be back up. This may be an instance of them looking for a grouping and a possible pick.
I mean, still though, 5 members of Nightshade over on that side of the map. We see Argus just show to the left, trying to make sure that wave is taken care of in dual lane side. They don't want to just lose out on free structures, but still, Nightshade has numbers advantage. So if they can see something and they can take that advantage, it could be for them to go.
This is what the composition is for. The W key is the only thing on your keyboard that really does matter if you're playing for Nightshade in that moment. That numbers advantage is going to dissipate though, as Argus has now made his way over into the solo lane. We may be seeing a fight start to erupt around that prime pit.
And we're definitely going to see something come on here. I mean, they can't really still at this time just go straight for the Orb Prime with all the members up. But you see that they took the advantage there from pushing them out of their own jungle to get vision control. So they're looking and waiting for the enemy to make a mistake here. Anybody makes that mistake, quick rotation, they're going to be able to delete somebody.
I mean, hey, you give a mouse a cookie, you might end up with the pentakill, turn a little bit into a lot. Either side very much so waiting. You can feel the anticipation starting to build. The only question is, F6, who is going to set it off?
Blue Sky does not want to peek through there, and oh, look at the wave management. They're not going to lose anything quite yet, so everybody is just in this stalemate, but they keeps going longer. Fangtooth is going to be up, and that's going to be the primordial, and somebody could sneak it across, especially that Kai if he's left unattended.
It feels like they realized that the moment that you did as well, with that Fangtooth coming up so quickly, instead of this being a definitive advantage with that being able to pick up that prime, that could just culminate and turn into a 1-for-1 team getting that Fangtooth, and as such, it is going to be a call for a disengage there. Each team taking a little bit of time from the other, but then deciding now is not the moment that they want to send in the full 5-on-5.
But here, Nap sees an advantage. The Crash Bang Boom does come out here. Is going to thwart off anything, but the Feast has something else to say.
Jeez Louise, man, Candy Blue Sky is going to sit back up too. If that boy's in heaven, and a definitive pick will be able to give the advantage over to Nightshade, who's going to be making their way now towards the Fangtooth pit.
They do have control here. As you can see inside the dual lane, Argus has to answer that big meaty wave going towards that tier 2. So they do have that time. They look for the call. The call and it lands, but Kev has to flash out.
Murdoch, oh so very safe. He is going to be looking for a reset, at least up until his team joins. Some Particle Shredder is going to be utilized, and that man's HP is also very low as Blue Monster is being hunted off the backline. It is going to be a forced use of that Gravestone ulti, but as such, his team is now going to have time to regroup on top of him. That's not going to be able to save his life, though, as KF Kaioken is going to be able to lock down a kill here that is going to bring them one step closer to evening up that kill differential.
Oh, this is not good. Guru does not have a lot of HP. Narbash is back into the game. This is that moment that Speakeasy has been looking for. They just play around this pit. Guru can't contest. They might have to try and trade with the Orb Prime here, but if this goes down quick enough, it looks like Speakeasy is going to be able to respond to that Orb Prime.
I'm going to be honest here, Black Friday was a couple weeks ago, so we're going to have to call this one a Christmas sale. That Primal Fangtooth was free. They're going to be able to pick it up, but onto the other side of the mouth, that Prime is going to start being assaulted. A full 4 members are going to start it, but none of them are going to finish it, as now we're going to see Speakeasy making a rotation over.
Yeah, they should have took the reset there to maybe possibly contest it. Now, Mr. Guru still with no HP. It is very risky for him to go in. No Stoneforge Soul. The feast is back up though, but with Narbash here, this fight is for anybody to take.
And here we go. Orb Prime, about 3,000 HP, and engage onto the backside is going to relegate the Narbash to the Gulag. They banged out on his health as the Turk, though, is going to get cooked up on the backline. It's not even Thanksgiving, brother. They're going to be double buffed up on a Saturday. Naps here is going to be running away from the lullaby that the opposing team in Speakeasy is singing. That being said, it's going to be a 1-3 trade, ultimately culminating in a kill lead, an objective lead, and a lead that goes in favor of Speakeasy.
Oh man, that was a close one. We saw the battle smite for smite. It was a 50-50 there, anybody's shot, but Speakeasy comes out on top. They did lose a couple members, so not everybody has the double bus, but they have enough here to start to push towards a siege, start to put themselves in a position to control this map. They do have some structures to get through to be able to start to really apply that pressure, but nonetheless still control into this game with that Orb Prime.
I couldn't agree with you anymore, man. And one thing that I saw there on the kill boards for Speakeasy is they have just managed the lead that their team has been able to develop so very well. You can see only 9 kills on the board, but 5 of them are in the pocket of the Murdoch. Another 3 of them are going to be going in favor of the Yargus. Those 2 members are going to be able to just melt through the HP bars, especially with these buffs of anyone on Nightshade's composition who steps up. That said, we knew their team composition was going to be complex, but now we're going to need to see that Nightshade has the algorithm to solve the problems being presented by Speakeasy's very easy composition.
I mean, here, technically, they should get this middle inhibitor. Chimera on the left-hand lane. It's going to take him about another 15 to 20 seconds to get back into this fight. If anybody get picked off here, it's going to be bad for Nightshade. And with Speakeasy, with that Narbash back into this fight and that Orb Prime, they have all the sustain and time they need. As you can see them just using that Primordial Blaze to push back Nightshade, fighting for this inhibitor.
Brother, they have the pressure, they have the sustain, they have the numbers advantage as 2 are going to be sent back, but very quickly are going to be making their way back to this middle inhibitor that, as you said, inevitably is going to follow. Turk looking around about onto that right side alongside Senpai is going to think twice and think that this may not be the best option, as they're going to be looking for some degree of a core defense here. That being said, Speakeasy not getting too greedy is going to take what they can and now maybe disengage and look for that left tower.
And that's their best call. Look towards this red side jungle, clear it, take that T2 down, get that economy into your pockets, take that reset, get your heads back into the game here. Make sure you guys prioritize making sure you still control the map, because any mistake here can lead Nightshade to be right back into this game and take control of it again.
I'll be honest, they're making this siege look very, very easy. Able to get a little bit of poke, rely on the sustain of the Narbash, take mid, rotate left, take that first T2 tower, and now they're playing for a secondary inhibitor. Aho looking like the Vanguard, little man's up front, and looking to translate some damage that you best believe Nightshade understands.
I mean, this is going to be their last wave of this Orb Prime, though. They don't have too much time left with it. They're going to need to play this carefully. If Nightshade can defend, they can stay in this game. But oh my!
Dear God, Highland hurl into Dread Nova into the ground. That boy got evaporated, but it's not going to be for free, as 2 members in total are going to fall. They are going to be looking for the 1v3, and what they're going to find is not Waldo, but a beverage at the fountain. They were thirsty for the kill. They were thirsty for more, and they got it, but at a cost. 11 to Evan. Kills are going to be evened up as we're making our way into 30 minutes of this game.
Oh man, this one has turned the heat up since that mid-game, early game a little slow, but now we're seeing that pressure unfold. They do have to answer right lane here. It looks like they should be able to with Aho and Kev. Very easy wave clear, but the real question is this Fangtooth fight. There are no more buffs towards the favor of Speakeasy. The only thing they have going for them are these super minion waves, and off rip here they still have some time on the side of their respawns. It's can they defend with these 2 members, or are they going to be able to take this on the side of Nightshade?
I don't think they can really defend this, man. This is a discount chopper angle. You got Napscrew and Senpai all within the pit, being able to burn it. And now with KO Kaisen being able to play the space onto the side, they're going to be able to be zoned. But a big crash bang boom could potentially turn the tides of this fight as Euphoric is going to be in. It's going to be a little bit of a burger flip as ultimately Speakeasy does get the kill. It's going to be the fastest smite of the West, who is going to be able to even quicker evaporate the HP of not one but four members of Nightshade. Nighty Night, listen to the lullaby. They got slumped in the pit. It's going to be one member to defend against five who have that primal Fangtooth, who have the primal Blaze, who have the momentum, and who have the potential to win this game.
Oh man, Euphoria came in at the right time, less than 1k HP, but this is that final stand. Their ego, the lullaby is singing, the Stone Forge Soul's coming out, but it's not gonna be enough.
It is not going to be enough at all as Speakeasy just plays to their composition and takes their time, ultimately winning out in a game that was oh so very close completely throughout it. A hell of a banger of a game, F6, in game 2 of PCCX.
Oh man, we thought that game was going to start off real slow. I know we were just like waiting on, man, when's that first blood going to happen? And as soon as it initiated, we just saw the bloodlust just unfold throughout that game. And what an even game, even matchup. It was anybody's game at any point. But Speakeasy, we talked about the comp being comfortable, the Narbash, a real big game changer into those team fights, especially when you have that sustained throughout those longer engagements. Just took control of it. And right there at the end, their Nightshade thought they could squeeze it in, but it was just not enough. And Euphoric came out with the steal. And the rest there, I mean, Cav just played an exceptional game. You see their stat line. You see how they were able to control their lanes. And I think those two are the people that just kind of helped Speakeasy just kind of maintain that, just uphold it throughout the game.
Yeah, man, Aho on that Argus, small man, big impact. What else can be said? Anywhere his team needed him, he was there with the damage to particle shredder, just evaporating, eviscerating, obliterating the HP bars of anyone who was within his line of sight. That being said, though, it is going to be a big win that ultimately goes in favor of the boys in Speakeasy. I'm very excited to see what comes next for them, but I'm more excited to see what the desk has to say.
Thank you so much, Ego and F6, for casting Game 2. We're back here at the desk, ready to break down that game for you between Speakeasy and Nightshade. My name is Ardog with the Triple G, and I am joined by Blue Jay and Lakeinator. GG's to Speakeasy because you get to move forward. But Blue Jay and Lake, what were your observations from Game 2?
I mean, in that game too, kind of how me and Lake both said it would play out. I think with the comps, Speakeasy just had a little bit more of a stable team fighting comp, which ended up prevailing in this game. Nightshade had some pretty good moments, especially in the early game. I liked how they were invading with the Chimera, the pressure mid, and able to take away some camps, get the first two objectives. But then the game just kind of spiraled, and if you're not able to play that style of comp and constantly get those picks and turn them into something, then you're just going to get outscaled, you're going to get out team fought against the comp that's more centered around that, which is what ended up happening in the end.
Yeah, I liked what Speakeasy was doing. I saw the Nightshade, what they were trying to do as well. Nightshade had a really strong opening with, trying to invade with the Chimera, trying to put pressure on the Seraph, try to give some pressure for the Countess to give her that space in mid lane, given how volatile it can be. So I think Guru did a good job trying to create those early game opportunities. But as we got later on to the stages of the game, it felt like they couldn't execute their play as cleanly as they wanted to. They got the picks, but what did it cost? They were still losing team fights, even the other team was down a player. So were they using too many ults in that pick? Was it something else? Was it miscommunication, etc.?
Like, you kind of highlighted or touched on this a little bit, but with Nightshade's comp, they really could have taken Game 2, even though it was a little bit risky. They have this risky comp with the Chimera and a Countess, but how could they have executed with their comp to win that last game we just watched?
I think that the picks were good, but the execution after they got the picks is what they had to work on. if you saw in the game, they picked the Narbash in mid lane, and then they ran into Fangtooth side, and then they tried to set up a trap almost, and then missed the Murdoch flash, and they didn't get the kill. But they just seemed like they didn't know how to go to the Fangtooth and properly set up and kind of interact with the game after they got that pick. So everything was good up until, after they got the pick, and then they were kind of not on the same page and were getting caught out.
Yeah, I think what the big factor was, even though Speakeasy was down a player when the Narbash got picked, I think they were still making the first move on the engage, even though we had Nightshade playing the corners, trying to catch them off guard. We even saw, AO throwing the Argus Sun first into the pit, or not into the pit, but even to a corridor. He hits someone, he does some damage. The moment that happens, Euphoric's like, okay, I'm Seraph, I'm going, and trying to blow that person up. So I think it came down to, even though they lost a man, they got the first engage off, which kind of set the tempo for the team fight.
Yeah, GG's to Nightshade, but hopefully best of luck to them with the rest of the LCQ. But Speakeasy does get to move forward. But now that we've broken down the game, we do have a little something up our sleeve. Let's welcome Joe yours truly for a short interview. And as you know, Joey is a familiar face here at PCC, but he has been a part of the Coast Guard, which is why we haven't seen him for a while. Let me start off the round of questions here, Joey. How are you, and how do you feel about PCC so far?
Yeah, I've been really good right now. So obviously I did my YouTube video, I think about 2 weeks ago. I haven't done any more videos because not only I'm trying to get into the groove of my first unit, but also I've been trying to move the apartment. I'm actually moving into an apartment tomorrow, so my room is a complete mess, but you won't see that because I make sure to move all that out of the camera. So a lot of exciting stuff happening right now, and hopefully by the time I move my apartment, I have more time to maybe see if we can go make some videos. But yeah, PCC looking great as always. It's really cool to see.
Dang, that's awesome, Joey. And I do have a question for you. So since you have been away from Predecessor and PCC as a whole, what in this current meta, is there any picks that are surprising you? Is there any picks that you want to see get pushed into the meta that you're like, wasn't there when you were playing? And is there anything that you just don't like?
Yeah, so I think what kind of surprised me about this current meta is it seems like Ceres is a very popular pick, and I remember when she first came out, she was very volatile, too volatile for competitive scene, so people weren't really picking up on her. But it seems like the meta is revolving around Bruiser just building HP, and damage, and Ceres excels with HP damage. I would play Bruiser Ceres a lot before, and that felt good. So now it's just actually the meta way. So that's cool to see, but also just means that it makes for some awkward stuff in terms of metas. Off lane's a little bit kind of weird, and jungle too with the different meta picks and whatnot. But I guess the one thing I do want to see is I think supports. I noticed haven't got a new hero in a long time, and I think that's the one role that kind of stuck the same. I still see Decker, I still see Victor. I kind of want to see a new support hero hopefully soon to kind of shake up the meta in there a bit more to make for more interesting team comps.
Yeah, the meta for supports hasn't changed much. I think they have a lot of options, but they still have those standard picks of Decker and Richter on the forefront. But as someone who has been known as the king cooker, is there anything you've been looking forward to messing around with, or any heroes you want to create some unique builds? I know you're, like I said, the big enjoyer of Bone Steel, Sky Splitter Steel, so anything you're interested in?
Yeah, so I was actually hoping to do that again for Steel, but probably not Sky Splitter Steel, because apparently Sky Splitter is pretty bad right now. But there's a new item that gives you attack speed, shoot damage, and slow, so I'm probably gonna run the item on Steel, see how that goes. But yeah, I think with my current plan for YouTube, it's just gonna be me just having fun with doing some builds. I might do some rank, but rank is a huge grind, and I don't know if I have the time to really grind super hard. So we'll see if I can do a balance of competitive games, but also try to do some fun builds like the Steel or any wacky stuff I can do for fun.
We love when you're able to cook, Joey, but we're opening the floor for you. Do you have a message or maybe to your fans that miss you? What would you like to say?
A message? Yeah, it just feels really good to be back, and of course, I always appreciate the love and support. It was really awesome to see a lot of love and support coming from me when I made that first video coming back. A lot of people welcome me back, and just a lot of people seem really happy to see me, which also made me, I guess, feel very happy to also I'm just very like grateful for this community whole life for supporting me on my journey to become a coastie, and I'm just feel so grateful for right now.
Anything else you'd like to say before we say goodbye to you?
Nothing else, just other than good luck to all the teams out there, and just have fun.
Thank you so much, Joey, for being here. This is something we didn't expect, but unfortunately, it is also time to say goodbye to our current desk, Blue Jay, Lakeinator, and myself. I'll start with asking Blue Jay and Laken anything you'd like to say to chat, or maybe you want to voice it to the world that you guys are winning it all in PCCX.
No, it's going to be a wild ride. I'm very excited to see this next Swiss stage come up and the teams who qualify. It should be very competitive games all throughout. And yeah, I'm just excited to play in it and ready to go. So thank you guys so much for tuning into the stream, and we'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, I think honestly the way the meta and maybe the playstyles are changing for teams, I really see this being a really exciting, spectating game to watch for the next couple weeks. Honestly, I'm very curious to see how this all kind of comes to fruition, who actually pulls through. Everything is still up in the air, but watching these teams go, there's a lot of action and excitement, so we'll see where things head.
Thank you so much, Blue Jay and Lake, for being a part of PCCX, and thank you so much for having me. My name is Ardog with the Triple G. You'll catch me again tomorrow here at PCCX LCQ, but the rest of the games will be continued by Dilo, Wangle, and Sai. Please don't forget, we also have our B stream if you want to catch another game, twitch.tv/PredPCC2. PCC, as you know, is a community-based tournament, and these teams are fighting for a chance of 10,000 US dollars. Not rubles, not platinum, but stay tuned because Game 3 is coming to you soon. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome to PCCX, where we look to find a successor to Predecessor glory. I'm D'Lo, your host for today's Havoc. We have Choice Blaze, the only choice for good Predecessor production. And join with me on the desk, I have the decorated dons of some PCC dominant teams. Wangle, mid of Rogue, and Seismic, mid of Primal. Lads, it's Space Cadets versus Hot Milk. How we feeling? Hold on. I don't think we can hear our friend Wangle. He's might be, don't worry, I was about to say, am I just hearing voices here? He's, coming through in just a second. So, Sai, how are we feeling? We'll wait for Wangle to get back on the mics.
So I am super excited for this game coming up. It's one of the more exciting games that I think this bracket had to offer. Space Cadets has been playing extremely well, and Hot Milk has some very good individual players. I'm excited to see which team comes out on top. It's really going to come down to a draft, so I'm excited to break it down.
And as we wait for Wangle to hopefully rejoin us in terms of the audio. Wangle, you there? We there? Check, check, check. Oh, he ain't there. Oh, he ain't there one bit. Don't worry, Wangle. We'll get to you in a bit, buddy. But as we wait for God, he's disappeared entirely. Hey, he's back. Let's go, Wangle. Welcome to the desk. Finally, took you a bit, you slouch. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm super excited. Glad to be here with my Justin Bieber brethren, Seismic. I don't know which of us would win the Justin Bieber lookalike contest, but we're here together. Really excited to see this. We're in the 2-0 bracket, so it should be a really good game with two teams that have not lost yet.
Absolutely. High tensions, high stakes, high pressures, and a high pension as these players all fight for their spot in a Swiss bracket in a tournament to get 10,000, not ruples, not yen, not pesos, dollars, as our dog put it. 4 from the LCQ bracket advance for more as they fight for their seat at the table. Something so interesting, though, about scrapping here in these back alleys is that some of these players, despite not necessarily being on top contending teams, they have top contending talent. Are there any rising stars here that we should have our eyes on, Wangle?
Space Cadets have been showing that even through that first game, through an absolute slogfest, that they have a lot of talent across the board. You got AGT2, have Justro. You have just a really solid, well-rounded team, I would say. I don't think that there's like necessarily a star player on that team, but I think every single part of that team is about as good as the other, and they don't have like a weakness point, at least.
Yeah, and I feel like just to swing it back over to the opposite side, looking at Hot Milk, you have players like Mama Joe, who is in every ranked game I ever play. You have him Ratio. Just two solid players that I think they can make a lot of plays around if they get both of those players in the game. So super excited. Obviously, like Wengel said, I don't think Space Cadets really has those crazy standout players. That's kind of where Hot Milk can find out those edges and kind of make alleys where they could find a way to win the game.
Might not stand out players necessarily, but at the very least, a 5v5, you can work together as a team, which, especially down here near the bottom of the brackets, it's a bit harder to find that synergy. A lot of these people kind of thrown together a bit more slapdash in a sense, so if you can find that synergy, if you can hold together with that coordination, you stand to be in a good spot. And also, speaking of hot hand here to Space Cadets off the back of what a rousing victory we saw there earlier this morning up against Toys Boys. A grueling fight, 50 minutes. So you've got to imagine that they're warmed up. The question is, are they burnt out?
You know, tourney day jitters, game one especially, it can get to you, but I think after securing their second win to get to this 2-0 bracket, they're probably calmed down again, locked back in, and I think they're ready and raring to go for this game.
Yeah, I feel like this PCC stream has just been watching Space Cadets run what looks like to be to the finals. It's going to be super exciting. Each of their games iteratively has been improving. It's been really exciting to watch, and I'm excited to see their game.
And I'm excited to see this draft as we hippity hop into these P's and B's coming at you here for this game. I want to keep in mind, guys, it's a best of one here, so one mistake, one wrong pick, you accidentally misclick, you try to get a Mortgage, and you find yourself on a Greystone somehow, you might be packing back to that loser's bracket. Double elim does mean you get that chance to fight your way back for that spot. But again, if you're having one off day, you might as well just be packing your bag. So hopefully everyone's going to be on the mark here with what they draft these compositions. And as far as what we're looking to see here, guys, just give it a bit of a landscape around the meta. Any expectations here for what should be going and being banned first?
I think flex picks are kind of looking to be what you want to prioritize in these types of drafts. There are a lot of characters that are really good in this meta, and you can base a lot of comps around different characters and different strength points. So there's a lot that you can do in the current meta, but the best thing to have a lot of avenues to go down is to have a flex pick like Bellica, like something that can be flexed in jungle and offlane, like a Kwong, a couple of these types of characters. So I would probably expect to see priority on something like that.
Yeah, looking at these two teams, I expect Space Cadets to go more into like pick comps, things with Argus, Decker, things that can engage from far away, and then the entire team can collapse in. It seems like they are molding the best as a team, as a set of five, so playing things that you're kind of expecting your whole team to dive forward should work out really well for them. Well, I'm expecting Hot Milk to try to find like those niche assassin pickups. You have him Ratio, who's a pretty decent Qualifier player, or at least I believe he is, I've seen it. So, you know, finding him, getting him some kind of niche pick where he can kind of open up the map a little bit, I think could help a ton, especially when you're facing a team that's a little bit more coordinated, right? Just looking at these two teams, the best way that I put this is like, this is a D-Lab versus Doctors game. You're going to be looking for very standard on one side, and the other side, in order to find the win here, I think they need to look for these niche picks, something kind of outside the box, and try to break them.
D-Lab versus Doctors on a smaller scale, so maybe Dirty Puddle and the boys versus, you know, the med school students. As we hop on into these P's and B's, we'll find out if those predictions come true. Let's take a look here at these drafting tables. Hot Milk and Space Cadets, keep in mind, both feeling great off of 2-0 streak. They have not gotten a bye. They've fought hard to earn their spots in this winner's bracket, and they're going to continue to try to keep that hot streak going. The question is, though, of course, what do you try to start with? And when you're feeling that confidence, the question is as well, do you decide to go with something you're feeling a bit more comfortable on, or do you decide to go with tried and true meta picks? Especially in a best of one, I think that becomes a really interesting division point for some players.
Yeah, I think it comes down to, especially like these first bans and first picks, what you want to take away from the enemy team kind of comes down to if you've done your research, or even just things that you as a team and you guys personally really don't like playing against. It's a Swiss elimination stage. Sorry, it's an elimination stage. You get best of ones, so you don't have time to really learn over a set what the other team's good at. You have to base it off of their previous games, and you have to base it off of the things that you've been dealing with in scrims that you've been having issues with. So I guess we'll see what ban they'll take first. It's pretty much open for anything. We're going to see Feng Mao getting banned out here first.
Yeah, which is super interesting. I feel like Hot Milk's that team that needs to be playing these types of picks. I didn't really think that Space Cadets would even be looking for something like that. Seeing the Steel banned away, also, it kind of feels like these teams are switched in what their ideas are. Steel's a great disengage tool, and it's also great at individually breaking up team fights. That wall ability, just cutting any kind of engagement, it's super good, so it kind of makes sense. I'm excited to see what Hot Milk's going to pick up first. I'm hoping to see the Decker takeaway. It's super good if you're looking to play a Chaos style, and it's also super good if you're looking to play team.
It's just that flexibility that you always want to lock down first, because that keeps your opponent guessing. Instead, it's Lieutenant Belka. That is a champ that we've had some discussion of on and off camera, because it is still quite potent. Not necessarily quite what we want, but clearly Hot Milk are saying, we know this can perform well, we want to prioritize it.
Yeah, as I was saying, you want to, or I think Hot Milk is looking for this Belka as a flex pick. You can put it mid, you can put it support, and it's very good in both. I think it has counters in both lanes. In support, you can play something like Skylar against it, and it feels pretty bad to play. In mid, playing it against Howie, playing it against Gideon can be rougher matchups. Zara is getting picked up first for Space Cadets along with Decker. We're going to lock that support as Decker. The Zarus can be flexed jungle off lane. I think it's probably preferring to go jungle, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, and that Decker pickup into the Belka, if it is support, is kind of an even lane. Both have great engage tools. Both can kind of play around the other. And then that Belka pickup also kind of stops that Grim Muriel combination that the other team could have pulled out. Space Cadets could have pulled out instead of the Decker, since you can't really play Grim into the Belka. The Zarus pickup is super nice. It's a great engage tool. Like I said, this team wants to be looking for 5v5 team fights. They are a much more consistent team that has played together for significantly longer. And then that Decker pickup just kind of complements it, right? You have your Zarus engage, which sets up a 3 Rifties engage, and you're going to constantly be getting like multi-man stuns. The Greystone's also a great answer to that Zarus Decker combo. With your ult, you get to live a very long time. You also get to play chokes a little bit more freely. They can't really walk through chokes while you're Greystone ulted, so you kind of hold an entire area of the map by yourself. The Kira pickup's super strong, especially if it's paired with that Belka. Both are very strong laning characters that could cause a lot of damage. Depending on what Space Cadets picks up for their ADC, you could probably see a kill lane going on over in dual lane.
And so the question is, do they want to take advantage of that aggression, or do they want to play it back a little bit? A lot of times in this meta that we're kind of sitting in right now, games have been a bit more aggressive. Games have ended quickly, and I know that's kind of contradictory to what we saw with that first round, that Space Cadets match earlier. That doesn't necessarily make it the typical. That was the exception to the rule. So if you're trying to make sure to put that pressure on that Decker pick, which of course is very high priority, wouldn't be too shabby an idea to maybe get some ADC that can go in, find those early kills, grab that first blood. Gideon going to secure that mid early, grants you, of course, some good evasion, grants you some great CC. Ultimate combinations have been also pivotal in these last iterations of Predecessor, so having something as impactful as the Black Hole, certainly nothing I'm going to complain about here for Space Cadets.
Yeah, Gideon, a very solid pick, especially at this point in the draft, on this third pick right before the ban. they're picking it with the Zarus. They have the option to get rid of bad matchups or bad characters to play against as the Gideon. A notable one here would be Gadget, because you have the Zarus Gideon combo. If you have Gadget on the other team, the Gadget can drop a dome over the top of that. But they're opting into a crunch ban rather than banning something in the mid lane for the Gideon. Drongo ban on the other side as well for Hot Milk. They don't want Drongo Decker lane. Pretty solid kill lane, especially if the Decker hits her combo. The Drongo can just kind of burst whoever gets hit. So, but as Sai was saying, we're seeing Space Cadets kind of shape up into this kind of pick comp. You have the Decker, you have the Zarus, both cages, both long range catch characters. So I think that's probably the style they're going to be going for. Hot Milk, though, I'm not sure what their comp is going to round out into.
Yeah, so just jumping back to that Drongo ban, it's also super good into the Greystone and kind of shuts down that Belica in lane as well individually. But then you see that Murdoch pickup, and it kind of just does the same thing. Those traps keep Greystone off you. You have Buckshot to keep them away. You can kind of funnel the Belica into areas with your traps to keep her from being able to get into an area without eating a Decker stun first. I think it's still a super good answer with that Drongo ban. And then that Crunch ban, it might look a little weird, but it's really not. If you place that Belica in mid lane, you shift that Crunch into jungle, you can run down that Gideon very, very hard. And if that guy gets into a hole and you're getting all of these great setups with your Decker and your Zarus, and that guy's hitting multi-man rocks, but they're not doing damage because he got camped early, it's just not going to be worth it. And you're not going to get the same kind of value out of it. So removing that Crunch is also super, super smart. Terra and Howie picked up, so it looks like we're probably going to see that Belica shifted into support. Howie's a very good lane matchup into Gideon, although it is kind of a skill matchup with the Terra there. That Gideon has to play super safe. It's kind of spooky picking the Terra into the two counter picks, Decker and Zarus, considering that they have double cage. It doesn't matter if you're CC immune, you're just stuck in the cage. But I'm interested in seeing how it plays out. They do a lot of damage early in this mid lane combo with the Terra.
Space Cadets kind of making good on their name. They're controlling space with their composition. They don't want to see things roll out of control too quickly, as a Chimera will finally round out their comp. And I think this is honestly really solid, because I feel like Hot Milk and Space Cadets both, they seem to have gotten what they wanted. I don't think that anyone's necessarily, kind of throwing a little bit of a tantrum behind the keyboard. They're all happy. It's just all going to come down to execution. So, guys, my question is, we got 5 champs on each side. In 5 words or less, who do you think wins it and why?
Space Cadets, pick comp, period.
Like it.
I'm going to skip the 5-word thing because I'm terrible at it, but I think Space Cadets wins this. They just overall have the comp that they wanted to get. Well, I feel like Hot Milk didn't pick up any of those real surprise picks that can kind of cause the havoc that they needed.
Well, even if you ignored the 5-word rule, it still is a good comp nonetheless. So Space Cadets, they've got the unanimous favor here of the desk. Question then becomes, of course, can we be disproven by some delicious hot milk with last bit to wash down alongside that victory? There's only one way to find out, guys. We're going to toss it over to our casting team. TJ, DJ, and Lance, take it away.
Dilo and the desk there with the introduction. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Excellent choice of shirts, can I just say. Dilo, winners bracket 3. Both of these teams 2-0. We're going to have to drop one of them down into the lower bracket. Hot Milk versus Space Cadets. Lance alongside me. Once again, in another nice dapper show. We've got a good thing going right now, Lance. Feeling good.
Feeling good, looking good, TJ. And I love what we're seeing. I like that we're showing 2-0 teams. Winner of this has a good track, feeling real good about where they will be going in the future. Loser's gonna jump down to the loser side of the bracket, but they already got 2 wins, so feeling pretty good. Neither team necessarily facing elimination at this point, but I just want to give a shout out to the Space Cadets. They have an 8-man team roster. They registered with 8 people. Take note, teams registering. 8 people signed up, right? They have used all of those players, and this will be the 3rd unique roster we see out of them. They've done some shuffling. They're trying to play to their own strengths. B-Crace and AG2 have just been playing very well so far today. And it's a rinse and repeat. We saw it in the bans. Both these teams did their research on each other, getting rid of that Feng Mao, getting rid of the steal that had been picked in every game for the opposing team as well. So some research going in. These teams seem to know each other. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out at the end.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a very fun game to watch, as well as we are going to be dropping down into the battleground here as well. Looks like we're going to be just getting the hero icons above the players. But Hot Milk, going to be on Dawn side. Space Cadets have got that spot on of the Dust Tower as well. And I just want to talk about there with the players coming in, especially for Space Cadets, as you say, because essentially they have had AGT2, B-Craze, and Seeknix as kind of the core three, and then OC, Stency, and also Pacifists have been on a rotating role here as well. We are just going to hop back over to the caster cams as well, just as we confirm that one. Of course, it might be a little bit easier for everyone as we get the player icons, but don't worry, we'll sort that one out very quickly here. But honestly, I kind of like it. Your team signing up with like 5 players, and if one person drops, all of a sudden, oh no, might have to get an emergency sub. Now it's like, hey, we got 8 players, we're sitting comfortable, and this is a Sanctuary map that looks pretty good.
The other great thing about it as well, once they make it through, if they do, everybody can feel good about it. No hurt feelings. Nobody's sitting on the bench. It will be Stency and Pacifist in the duo lane, kind of what we were projecting. They'll be taking on Mama Joe and Rastronaut here in it, but got to keep your eyes on this Chimera. Something you don't necessarily see a whole lot of in the meta, but has been working so well for them early in this tournament. I believe he played it both of the first 2 games, has kind of popped off on it as well. An interesting spot, matches a little bit of the CC immunity that the Terra has, obviously not at the full level of that, but still the ability to peel one of those things, jump onto that high priority target, but it's all W key for a hero like Chimera. There's no getting out once you go in.
Yeah, for sure. I'm imagining that B-Craze's keyboard right now, if he has still got the same one, maybe the W key is kind of through the desk as well, probably on the floor right now, playing Chimera. Absolutely popping off in a Feng Mao game as well in that round 2 match that was played off stream. And yeah, and just going by what we saw on stream as well, because I had the pleasure of casting Space Cadets versus it was Space Cadets versus Toy Boys right at the start of the stream with Falcon. Went to 45 minutes. Space Cadets put behind, back and forth game. They clawed it back, then it swung again, and they finally won the ending team. So already so important just to have that that mental going into this game. So yeah, in the first few bits of scuffles between these two teams, support and junglers of both teams trying to get a little bit of a handle on each other, as B-Craze and also Quinton are going to be trading. But actually on the right-hand side is where we should have been looking. Solo Bolo and the first blood, but still on the left, Quinton Gray on the Greystone, having to blink out of danger here. But as first blood going away, Space Cadets.
Ooh, and on the other side, there's 3 people fighting in left lane. You think that's where the action is going to be? Nah, the action is where AGT is. He is solo boloing that Terra at the level 3 mark. He hits level 4 afterwards after getting these minions. So big advantage for the Zarus, who can really snowball a game if he gets going early. Also a little interesting to see B-Craze try that early invade early onto that 3 camp. Quentin Gray shows up at the right place at the right time. The rest of the team's able to come over, try to help that as well, so he doesn't steal that 3 camp away. So a little bit of a pace slowdown for both of the junglers as they were committed to that fight there. But Solo Bolo over in the opposite lane, you love getting that first blood, TJ.
Especially on tournament day as well, with how AGT has been playing, having a bit of a redemption game. I don't think he didn't exactly do amazing in that 45-minute game. I felt on the Terra, did his job all right, but didn't have that standout performance. And now that's how you get a good start into this game. But let's talk a little bit more about Hot Milk, their opposition as well, because they seem to have an identity, how they want to play. They've been running Steel, Crunch, and Kira in every single game. You can kind of see why, as Rastanu and Mama Joe already bringing the pain train round to the Space Cadet duo lane, taking Pacifists very low.
Yes, and Kira finding her way back into the meta. She had taken a little bit of a shift out of it. Real quick, gotta pay attention. We have this Gideon roaming over from the other lane, gonna meet up with Mama Joe.
Seeknight's gonna hit that first boulder. Health bar's low, mana is low as well. Mama Joe going to go for the respect blink away from the rotation from the mid. Seeknight's going to be pretty happy about that. Only had to turn up, drop the rock. Didn't need to elaborate any further. So one bit of resources blown, but it's only the kill in the off lane. Just saw B-Crate also go for a gank attempt in that right hand side as well. Game still feels like it can be broken open at any point.
It does. And once again, B-Crace on the opposite side of the jungle. That is not his, trying to take that 2 camp away. Here is Seeknik to help defend as well. But we got to get back to what we were saying with this Kira, right? Kira finding her way back into this meta. The buffs to Dust Devil gets you the ability to just move so much, be so mobile. Here comes a gank.
He's going to go for it. That's going to be Kiwi. Good use of that man. And a blink away to get to safety. Another resource burnt here in the mid lane. Going to be offering a return gank potentially, but support's getting involved already. The roam starting to come through 5 minutes in. Incredibly still only 1, but oh my word, gonna have to cast a curse myself there. Lulatari bites the dust, and it's AGT in the offlane with a second solo bolo.
You know, one's not good enough, TJ. Make mine a double. He's going to pick 2 of them up. That's 2 solo bolos. Here comes the stun ball that's going to force the blink out of Rastronaut as well. So lots of blinks going down early, especially over in this dual lane, as it's felt like the spot where there's a lot of team fight going on. Pacifist taking a bit of damage here too.
Oh, he's going to have to blink away. Dust can still be procced, but there's a Chimera. There's B-Crace here. Right place, right time. Able to take down Rastronaut to save the blushes of his ADC. And now immediately turns attention over towards his Pelican. No size because it's still going to finally connect on toward B-Crace. Trying to get him away. Trying to return kill onto Stenzi. Not going to find it. It's 4 unanswered kills from the Space Cadets as they start to pull ahead.
Ooh, and that is going to chill this milk off very quickly. Will not be heating up the way that you would like to early in this. Find themselves at a bit of a deficit at the 7-minute mark. Both neutral objectives now open at this point as well. Wouldn't be terribly surprised to see Space Cadets get a little aggressive here, try to make a play for one of those as they find themselves in a pretty decent gold advantage early in this, especially on the right side of the map.
For sure here, that those 2 kills, Lulatali's name has been put on the board twice by AGT2. And just wondering how they're going to maybe utilize that. Mini Prime did spawn at that 7-minute marks. Could give some opportunities for AGT and also for B-Craze to link up together. Or maybe he's going to force a response from the Hot Milk team as well. We can probably see why this offlane is not going very well for Lulatari. He just can't stand up to that Zarus in the offlane for now. Quinton Gray on his 2 camp at the moment. As Seeknix looking to just get Quinton out of his own jungle. They're trying to lay their claim here. That passive going to land from Seeknix. Another Void Breach. The ambush coming through. It's just so easy. Quinton Gray, no ult available. Still sitting at level 5, and that's 5 kills to Space Cadets.
I'm not sure if Seeknik ended up getting that 2 camp or not. I'm going to assume that he did, and it stopped the Greystone from hitting level 6 because it's just better for the sake of us, which would have probably kept that Greystone alive or at least given him a chance to escape. Instead, still stuck at that level 5 mark. No Stone Force Soul available to him, so he's got nowhere to retreat to, no second life available. This will now be the mini prime picked up for Space Cadets as well. And if it was already hard, oh, actually, they're going to give it over to B-Craze. I thought it was going to go to AGT2, because if you thought it was hard to fight the Zarus and the Gladiator passive while he's normal and has a 2-0 kill on you, if he got that mini prime, it would have been absolutely impossible for that Terra. Instead, B-Craze, realizing that his offlaner already has a pretty good lead, doesn't necessarily need the help. They'll use this mini prime to pressure some of the other lanes on the map.
For sure here, and also with B-Craze, just seems to play this more gank-heavy playstyle on the Chimera, setting up nicely for the left-hand side to begin on that Fangtooth as well. Just, you know, as you said, Lance, just dominate every lane that you're able to go across and make sure you keep the rest of the team ahead and keep them moving. I mean, this Hot Milk composition, when you look at it, still needs a bit of time to get ahead here. You know, Kiwi needs to get a little bit more involved. That Greystone kind of out on the wasteland right now, and Kira might be starting to hurt a little bit, but we're not hitting the full Kira stride just yet. Some concerning signs for your side on Dawn.
We do, but we have both of our junglers over by this Fangtooth area. The rest of Team Space Cadets are piling in as well, so should be able to zone Hot Milk off here. Don't believe it would be too wise for him to jump and do anything too hasty here. That will be the first Fangtooth of the game, taken down to Space Cadets as they extend their lead. 5 kills and a Fangtooth now. And a mini prime.
The Fangtooth and also the mini prime. Yep, I was gonna say everything is going so far so good, honestly. Even the towers are still looking relatively healthy as well. Can't say the same about Hot Milk's towers, though, as BK is going to use that mini prime buff with the minion wave. For Kiwi doing what they can to try and get away. Quinton Gray is here, make it rain over the top, but the Stoneforge Soul cannot come out in time. Phoenix gets to kill BK. Ambushes on towards this house, and now with no real means to get out, going to take another rock to the head. The pressure unrelenting from Space Cadets right now.
Right, and they're exactly where they want to be in this. They are able to pick that kill up on Quentin Gray, who thought it looked to me as if he was going to have a pretty good little track in. That's going to be Pacifist dying on the other side, so Hot Milk will get themselves onto the board, but Kiwi going to fall in the mid lane as well. That will be the tier 1 falling, and now the members of Space Cadets move themselves potentially over to this left side of the map to try to pressure that duo lane at a once Pacifist will respawn here.
And it just comes off the back of their off lane that's been set up by AGT, right? BK doesn't really need to go there anymore. Maybe just needs to appear for that mini prime buff just to maybe secure it for AGT or himself, you know. But it's like, okay, I can hit mid, I can hit duo. I'm gonna be feeling pretty good about it as well. But Hot Milk got something going for them at long last. To kill on towards Rashnu. It is a long climb to get through, Lance. So maybe looking at the next few minutes, how do Hot Milk leave their mark on this game a little bit more?
Well, you got to try to slow it down. These ults are now all available for you. So you've got the Make It Rain. You've got Terra being able to go unstoppable. You got the Stoneforge Soul. You got to try to play around these. Get that Bellica ult onto somebody that can blow it up. Find that low mana target and try to get it here. Pacifist's going to have to blink himself out. Buckshot gets a little bit extra spacing. I don't think Purge is going to be enough to pull him down. So very close, but they have to slow this down. The pacing, all of the tempo is being set by Space Cadets right now. Try to stop taking some of these fights and back themselves up. Seeknik finds himself in a bit of a pickle here.
He's going to have to use that taunt space. Does get himself to safety here, but Hot Milk
here comes AG2.
Starting to find a little bit of success. Arc shots, though. AGT2 has now entered the arena in this Royal Rumble on the duo lane, but Rastanut already back to his tier 1 tower. Going to make sure he wants absolutely none of that right now. I'm going to give him a little love tap on the way out as well. But certainly, you know, without Rastanut and Mama Joe have been playing, they've been handling this duo lane quite well. Maybe a bit of a shining light for Hot Milk going into the mid game.
I will say I'm a little confused by the turret or by the teleport take from AG2. Yes, they can pressure this. They've moved Pacifist over to the other lane, but this gives Terra the opportunity to farm up and fight a little bit.
Quinton J jumping forward. That's a blink containment fence from Stency is enough to hold Rastronaut and also Quinton inside of the cage. Going to burn the blink though. Sorry, not even going to burn the blink there. Sorry, as I can't even decide myself there. A few signs of life from Hot Milk, but not really amounting to too much. And there's not really anything in the neutral objectives up for play for now.
I do like what I'm seeing out of Hot Milk here, moving Pacifist to the other side, though. Try to get some solo XP on to your ADC. They were doing pretty well over in the dual lane, but AGT very far ahead, so pushing him over there to a spot where they already are a little bit closer to even. And now he's the one getting supported by the Decker as well. Will give Pacifist the opportunity to get himself some solo, or not some solo gold, but some local gold on the tier 1 that falls over in the right lane. So 2 tier 2s have fallen. Or tier 1s.
Mama Joe hit by that seismic assault. Quinton Gage jumping forward with the make way and gets a kill on towards AGT. 2 kills to 7 now. But already it's a good collapse there, and Space Cadets let a few mistakes fly their way.
They are Hot Milk finding their way into this game at least a little bit at this point, which you just like to see. We want competitive matches. Here's the gank in here. Kiwi gonna have to burn the blink again. Nice move, and the Make It Rain pulls him up above it as well. Has the ult on his Stency, but I believe he's going to fall. There's the ult. That'll put him down. That's a dead howitzer.
I did quite like how cinematic that was as well, as the howitzer falls out the Make It Rain just as the Iron Strike comes down, perfectly timed. Nice collapse here, but honestly, like the landmine boop and then Make It Rain over the top of the long arm Delore as well. That's nice. I see you there, Kiwi. I see you there. That was some good moves here. He's got the moves. He's got the moves.
They burn a bunch, or not blinks. They burn a bunch of ults to kill him there. It ends up being the Decker ult that finally gets the killing blow onto him. So this is a teeny bit of a window. Some of the ults are down. There's no laser. There's no combo for the Decker. If they can find a fight now, once Kiwi has respawned, yes, he doesn't have Make It Rain as well, but a lot of the options are down for Space Cadets if they want to try to get a little aggressive and take a risk here.
That's what I want to do. Mama Joe is on zoning duty, but can't stop the three-man squad of the Space Cadets moving forward in towards this pit. Lolatari takes a bit of damage, but Quinton Gray and Kiwi are here jumping forward, as well as Rasnu still going to force out the first blinks, but the rock sides come down. Stoneforge Soul splits the fight. Seeknix over the top with the black hole, getting damage on towards the backline, but Quinton's already down. Now Seeknix is going to try and find a kill on towards Lolatari, has a rock in his pocket for him, and that's going to be the Terror dropping down. Only Kiwi survives that little engage there. It's a good collapse from the Space Cadets.
Yes, Space Cadets wins that, and they win it without their offlaner there, too. AG2 pushing the Tier 2 tower in the opposite lane that whole time.
Ooh, Rastronaut just getting caught in the blue, in what he thought was his own blue side jungle there. It's quite easy to think why you might make that assumption, but good use of the torn space, and haste for Space Cadets. Kill lead's going their way, neutral objectives going their way, second Fangtooth secure, and they're just playing it aside from maybe the two Pacifist and also Seeknix getting caught out pretty clean by Space Cadets, all things considered.
I would say so, and they've been clean most of the game, very well executed. AGT to here soloing the mini prime on the opposite side as well. If he's able to get into that, that will definitely be the tier 2 in offlane falling very shortly after. As yeah, they don't even care about putting their jungler over there. They know the Zarus can take it down himself. That allows B Crace to continue to pressure and get himself farmed up, get more items under his belt. And this is Space Cadets' game to win at this point, very comfortably in the lead. And as I'm watching these engages come out of Hot Milk, it looks like they're trying to do what they can, but they just don't quite have the stats that they need in order to be competitive in these team fights at this point. We saw that Greystone just get almost 100 to 0, use the Stormforged Soul at like maybe 5 HP in that last game. And if your tank with 2 lives isn't tanky enough and his 2 lives feel like 1 life, that math ain't good for your team, and it's going to be hard for you to take long fights.
It's just such a feels bad when it feels like it's like you go into that Stoneforge Soul and it's like actually give me longer time for me to line up my abilities to hit you. Lolatari gonna be hit by a Colosseum in a 1 versus 2. The health starts to be chunked down. AGT2 are more than happy to take their 3rd kill of the game over on that right hand side. Response though on the left. Astronaut getting some damage traded on towards Seeknix, but has to be out of the fight. Kiwi nearly finds a killing blow on towards Pacifist. Now Crimson Guay is here as well, jumping forward with the make way. Who needs one more shot on towards that. Murdoch going to find a Stoneforge Soul, but Seeknix Black Hole going to force out the Epoch. But Mama Joe and Quinton Gray, they don't have the same luxury. They both fall, and now it's all left on to Kiwi to try and rescue something from this fight. Seeknix just needs to find a few abilities, but can't really do that as well. B-Craze appears from stage left, and Kiwi accepts their demise. Another collapse, another 3 kills goes to the Space Cadets.
And the tier 2 falls on the other side of the map from the mini prime push as well. So now they are pressuring the inhib. AGT still has a level lead and this mini prime advantage over him. Not going to pressure the inhib, move himself back into the safety as he isn't quite sure where they are as the respawn timers are coming up. B-Craze though gets him under the tower. That Solo Bolo with the call of the Cole is going to be able to put him down. This should be some more local gold for Pacifist if they can get into this tier 1 tower though. So that's looking good for Space Cadets once again.
You know, Astronaut, I respect it. I honestly respect the attempt there as well, and so close to getting a kill, so close to just getting a little bit more XP and gold in your back pocket, but not going to be enough. Maybe if Space Cadets weren't quite 15 kills ahead at this point, that's a very different story here. There's also that 2-level disparity as well, but Space Cadets kind of feels like they're just waiting for the next neutrals to come up. Free Fangtooth Monty available for them, or Prime 1 minute away. Near enough don't really have to overforce too much here, Lance.
No, they can play this a little slow if they need to. Don't take anything that's too aggressive or that you're at a numbers disadvantage, or you're at an extreme numbers disadvantage, because they might win a couple of 2v3s with the lead that they have, especially if they get the right players around. But you just keep pressuring, you take your smart fights, you don't do anything risky, you wait for the neutrals to come up. That 3rd Fangtooth will be massive for the 6% buff for the rest of the game. If they can find themselves picking a 20-minute or Prime, there's really nothing on Hot Milk that can defend and clear an Orb Prime wave, especially right around the 20-minute mark. They just don't have the items on. They don't have the natural wave clear on anybody but this howitzer.
big chunk coming out from the Gideon there. And just see how much damage Seeknix is able to punt out on towards Atari, one of the tankier members of the Hot Milk team as well. I'm going to move in towards this red side jungle, and it's just seemingly nothing that Hot Milk can really do to contest. They are starting to put numbers in. The Atari coming back from base with the full complement of health and mana. BK steps forward though. Colosseum on towards his house, in towards the Make It Rain, but the Black Hole doesn't care. Black Hole takes no prisoners, and Quinton Great's Stoneforge Soul just gives him a chance to line up the abilities. Pacifist with the long arm of the law and a moving target gets another collapse. Space Cadets truly running the roost right now.
Pacifist, definitely a misnomer, because that dude is throwing hands this game. He's fighting pretty much every opportunity. He's fighting from across the map as well, and this should free this up. Still 20 seconds on Quinton Gray. This is a 21-minute Orb Prime. We mentioned it before. It is going to be very difficult for Hot Milk to clear these waves, especially if this howitzer is down. They really only have the Bellica that can do something about it at this point. Kira's notoriously bad at wave clear. A lot of people use her ult as a wave clear tool. And our desk talked about this as we were going into this. They picked Terra on the side of Hot Milk during the second rotations, after the second bans had came through. You already knew you were playing into a Zarus. You knew you were playing into a Decker. Two of the more natural counters for Terra. And I believe we're starting to see, and had seen pretty much since the beginning, the effects of this. She got behind early. There's really not much you can do because your CC invulnerability doesn't mean anything to the walls. This will be the third Fangtooth picked up for Space Cadets as well. They have gotten 2 mini primes. They've gotten an Orb Prime. They've gotten 3 Fang Teeth, 1 tier 2, all tier 1s, and they are in the driver's seat, TJ.
B-Craze wants even more. The ambush, the double call onto the duo lane. Rasnu getting the damage down with a Rift Walker's Iron Strike actually pulls Rasnu away from that Chimera, but B-Craze simply needs a bit of time. Limber up, get some stretches going, jumps forward, ambush onto the kill, and then Stency going to get involved with a bit of support or combat there. Takes down Mama Joe, collapsing on the left-hand side. Kiwi just doing what they can to try and weather this mid lane here, but there is an inferno across the map for Hot Milk. I don't even think they have enough to really put it out.
I don't believe that they do either. So we talked coming into... Oh, hold on a second. We got some more action.
AGT Colosseum on towards Kiwi in the Make It Rain. B-Craze simply jumps up with the ambush here. AGT a little bit too far forward, but the Black Hole, it was all a bait. It was all calculated. As Seeknix gets so much value out of the Gideon ult. They turn onto AGT and they do not look up to the heavens for that Black Hole to get the kill. Kiwi does at least take down Stency, but the delayed ace coming through, and now defending under this core with only the All Prime wave coming up here. That core is taking so much damage. 7 minion waves underneath it as well. Space Cadets look like they're padding the stats, and they've also just gone for the game as well. 23-minute route from Space Cadets to advance to the upper bracket 4.
4-24, a old school butt kicking out of Space Cadets here. I apologize. I don't know what the promotion would be up from Cadet on like the next thing of it. I'm going to say it's officers, and we need a name change from Space Cadets to Space Officers, because they were in control there. They were commanding of that game. They find themselves at 3-0 in the first day of PCCX last chance qualifier. Looking good to be one of the 4 teams to potentially squeeze in and upset one of our auto qualifiers, TJ.
For sure here as well, with how they're playing, especially a bit of the journey that they have been on from game number 1, where it went to 45 minutes, back and forth, put behinds. They've had 2 very convincing victories here. They must be feeling pretty good going into winners bracket round 4. And Hot Milk as well, it's unfortunately, it was just one of them games. I just don't think they really had enough in the tank to deal with the Space Cadets draft and with how they're playing. They're going to drop down to the lower brackets here, but hey, they were 2-0 before this one, so I'm still going to be expecting some more from Hot Milk as well. But, it's just one of them games, right? I don't really know what else there is to say, Lance, to be honest.
I mean, what you can say is that AGT, too, was standing on his head that game. He got the early solo bolo, and it just snowballed from there. It was relentless. It was already going to be an uphill battle for Terra. She was going to have to play it perfectly. Unfortunately, it was AGT who played it perfectly instead, and it's just rough from that spot. There's not much you can do. Now they've got their back up against the wall. They can't afford to lose another game, but best of luck to Hot Milk going forward.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as I said, just based on how they played in their previous games and how they actually got to this position, we know they've got something about them. So it's just unfortunate we didn't see probably a true reflection of the team's ability there. But that's going to do it from myself and Lance here for round 3 of the winners bracket. We're going to throw it back to D'Lo and the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Thank you very much there, caster crew. Welcome back to the post-wrap desk, everyone. Space Cadets continue to shoot for the stars while Hot Milk gets set to the side for Santa in that loser's bracket. They will have a chance to chase their spot in Swiss down there. But let's talk about the game right here. Space Cadets, rousing victory, lads. Wangle, Sai, what the hell happened?
Yeah, just kind of a trouncing. No disrespect to Hot Milk there, but Space Cadets kind of just beat them man for man across the map that game. And I'm gonna give my flowers to B Crace. I said at the beginning of the game that Space Cadets are a really well-rounded team, and they're pretty even in skill level. But if there was a standout player, it is B Crace. He took control of the map. He directed the team around. He knew exactly where to be. Was playing invades on the Greystone onto Quentin Gray. And was just in all the fights that he needed to be. Got all the objectives, and just what a showcase from B-Crace.
Yeah, absolutely. B-Crace played great. Another player I want to point out is AGT2, who played mid the game before, switched into offlane, and played another amazing game.
Yeah.
Overall, I do just kind of feel like Hot Milk kind of just got outclassed in every single role. And then it came down to team fights, and they got outclassed in team fights, and then it came to sieging and defending, and they just kept getting picked, and it just snowballed into sub. And how I expected the game to go with the draft, just because it seemed like Space Cadets got every single thing that they wanted, and like I said, Hot Milk didn't really find any pieces that could cause chaos for their side.
Unfortunate to see when a team that was on such a good run just kind of gets stopped in their tracks, but sometimes adversity can bring out the best in players, so we can only hope that Hot Milk finds some more success, can maybe capture that lightning in a bottle that brought them to that position in that loser's bracket here. But overall, guys, I gotta ask, because Space Cadets now 3-0, they continue with their undefeated streak here in the LCQ. If you're going up against Space Cadets, what would you advise for those future opponents? How can they make sure they do not end up on the wrong side of a massacre?
I mean, I think the biggest, as we talked about B-Crace, he loves those aggressive junglers. He loves to go around the map. He likes to make things happen. He is the tempo maker for that team. He's going to make the plays happen. He's going to try and dictate the game, and you can't let him do that. You either have to play well enough to avoid his ganks and not fall to them, or you have to take him off of something that he can play super aggressive on, or match his aggression and beat him on it.
And like Lego's pointing out, right now, the jungle has a ton of options for him to do that. So I think the team that's going to beat them, if they're going to beat them, has to pick up the speed, outspeed them, get to where they're trying to go first, win these fights, win these exchanges, and again, get them off of these standard team fight picks. You don't want them on an Argus, you don't want them on a Decker, you don't want them on a Zarus. All of these things that can really function well and assist other characters in getting value, you want to keep them.
Yeah, you don't want to see a game get lost to the drafting board, because then what are the rest of the 20 minutes you're even playing even for? But like we said, both these teams, we're going to be seeing them in the future, so don't you dare give up on Hot Milk, and don't you dare go anywhere, because right after this break coming up, we got more PCCX action coming right at you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to PCCX, where we look to crown the successor to Predecessor glory. I'm D-Lo, joined here on the desk by Wangle and Side Choice Plays, operating that production like he do. And this is winners finals, gents. Both these teams 3-0. This decides if you're sniping a seat at Swiss or if you're on the floor begging for table scraps. Space Cadets, the scrappy upstarts, up against Enlightened, the golden boys of LCQ. Wangle, Sai, how we feeling?
I'm really, really excited for this match. I think this is Space Cadets' opportunity to show to everybody that they are here. They are here to play for those top 4 spots, and they want to be seen in January.
Yeah, I'm glad Wangle covers Space Cadets because I need to adjust what D-Lo called Enlightened. These guys are not the Golden Boys. They are pigs that are going to drag you into their mud pit, roll you around, and if you cannot breathe,
Yuck.
you are going to get choked out. So this is going to be a slugfest. I expect it. If Space Cadets can't play or doesn't want it, it doesn't matter. Enlightened is going to force you into the pen, and you're going to be stuck there. So hopefully they're ready to roll around a little bit. It's going to be a super fun game to watch.
I mean, they've already kind of shown they're liable to just hop in the ring, right? The old, good old Gladiator Coliseum, and then just see who is left standing and who's left biting the dust. That being said, you're right, both of you, that this has got to be a high-pressure game here for the Space Cadets. You know, they have some doubts rising against them, people saying, they ain't all that. They can't actually scrap with the best of them, but then maybe they prove that they know ball. If you are the Space Cadets, are you coming at this with full tilt aggression, or are you going to try to maybe measure that a little bit? Pump the brakes just a bit to see what your opponent's rocking and maybe try to feel them out. What do you think's the strat there?
I think Space Cadets have to go at this with the gall that they've been going at every other team with. I think if they slow down, this is the team, if any, in this LCQ that will match and out-aggress them. I think this is going to be their hardest matchup. They have to set the tempo, because if not, the tempo will be set. This is a very aggressive, Enlightened team, and so Space Cadets really have to get off the mark early.
Yeah, and I mean it. Like, they're going to drag you into their pen. So I don't think that this is Space Cadets play safe and hopefully you can scale. No, you're going to be forced into these fights. So you need to get these early prio picks. You need to be ready to fight, and you need to be walking forward. If you're afraid because you see a name that's been in these events before and you don't want to take that 1v1 because you might get outplayed, this is not the game for you. This is when you have to put everything out there. You actually have to make the plays. This is how you play with the big boys. This is how you get on that main stage. And this is going to be the game that proves it.
This is the proving grounds, and this is the draft that we're going to hop in to decide who has got the most moxie. As we hop into these P's and B's, guys, noting that fact that we want to see aggression here from both teams, what are we expecting and what are we hoping for from the Space Cadets?
That Kai pick looks pretty solid every game that I see B-Crace on it. Zaris as well, I think, is a high prio for that Space Cadets team. Enlightened have pretty big champ pools. I know Kofi is a big fan of the Seraph jungle, so I would very much not doubt that there's a reality we see the Seraph first picked here for Enlightened if it's on the table. But I think that there's, a good amount of routes to go down for this, with the Zaris first banned by Enlightened.
And I think that Zara's first ban is really smart. It's one of those flex picks that you talked about last match that finds a lot of value. It can also be cheekily played in support into an Aurora, which is one of Vecron, who is the support for Enlightened. It's super good in the Aurora picks. You could find some niche counter picks there. But regardless, getting that pick off just in its standard jungle offlane roles is super smart. We're probably going to see something like a Fang Mao or Grux come out of Enlightened and offlane, so the Zaris does really well there. And then we see the Yin ban, just super good ban. Kofi or Oba on Enlightened is one of those players that you really have to pay attention to. And just harping back to what Wangle said, he's in the opposite role as a B-Crace. So you want to get him off of something that he can kind of hyper carry off of, and then we see that Sarah.
Yeah, and it just shows that Space Cadets have done their homework, right? And Enlightened, obviously, they are blessed with the holy light of the Renaissance. They know their game too. Seraph's been such a threatening pick here in these recent iterations of the Pred meta, so no surprise to see that aggression coming in early. Just the question then becomes, what can Space Cadets do to try to put a bit of a stutter in their step? Drongo and Gideon denied to them in the prior game, and now squarely on their side.
Yeah, the Drongo is looking to be their answer for the Seraph. The Seraph dives on to the ADC. She loves to fight ADCs. Drongo wants to sit her in the gag grenade, and then the Drongo's team can collapse on the Seraph. This Seraph character, if it gets a couple kills, can be a really big problem. It can dodge a lot of stuns. It can dodge abilities. So gag grenade is kind of the great equalizer. It has to try and get onto the Drongo, but he can just sit in his gag grenade. The Gideon is kind of just an early, easy pick. Aurora picked up here for Enlightened. That could be flexed into support as well, because they have Vecron in the support role. He loves his support Aurora. He loves to just create chaos with the walls, with the Cryoseism, and the Argus picked up for probably mid lane as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see that Aurora into support, and then that Argus pickup into the Gideon. It is kind of like a stabilizing pick. The Gideon does have early push prio, but there does come a point in the game, usually around the Argus level 9, where you can really start to win those 1v1s just because you're constantly putting out that Vaporize. It's also just super good at denying ganks or even stalling out plays for that Seraph to come in. And if that Aurora is put in support, you're just getting a ton of CC value from a role that usually doesn't have that amount of CC that Aurora offers. You have the Kwang pickup, which is just a super stable pick. I'm expecting to see it in offlane because it's really good into blind matchups, since obviously they're picking it blind. And I don't know if you're really going to find that much value if you're going to be looking into playing into something like a Seraph. It's kind of surprising not to see that Muriel picked up, but maybe Enlightened is hoping that they didn't do their homework and they might just bait out a Muriel ban here on the side, and it looks like they did. So I'm not too surprised by that. Most teams aren't going to be aware that Enlightened is willing to flex that Aurora into the support role. And I do think that when you're looking at pairings, you don't want that a Muriel Seraph. And then we see the Richter.
Now leaves us an open board. Gotta imagine that a Decker would be a pretty solid pick here at the very least. You don't have the Zaras to limit that space quite as much as prior, but if you got the Dreadnought on the side and Light and you want some stuns on your side too, some good CC could just be what the doctors ordered to shut down that Seraph. But the question then becomes, what do we get after? So far, guys, we have that Decker there locked in. Nice. I'm happy to see that. Do we believe these compositions are falling with what we expected in terms of the aggression? Are both teams meeting the call for the full frontal forces that are going to be on the offense?
I think so. The Seraph pick is always going to be super aggressive. The Aurora is just going to be in and out of team fights as much as possible. This Decker pick, I am going to touch on. I know it is a comfort pick for both OC and Stency. Whichever support they end up playing with, they keep rotating the rosters a little bit. However, I would have liked to see a Zinx, as I do think it is a really good answer into the Seraph, with the Zinx res preventing Seraph from getting her reset orbs. But we opt into the Decker, probably just for comfort picks. And then, I don't know what we might see on these last two picks, but the main aggression is going to come from that 5th pick on the side of Space Cadets. Whatever they lock in for B-Crace on jungle needs to be something that he can get active on.
Yeah, we see that Fang Mao picked up, and then you also have a Grim combo. The Grim will be able to survive in a 1v2 lane if the Aurora wants to look for roams. It's also super good if the Aurora does get root play. You have the Fang Mao for backline dive as well. Once that Drongo throws down that silence, the Fang Mao gets to play for free essentially into this team comp. You have to hit that Decker ball. If you don't, I don't think they're going to be CCing him. Hitting that guy with a flying tether is going to be super difficult. And then you have Terra coming out, which I think is a super good pick. You have a lot of like point and click stuns with the Argus. You have the root by the Aurora. You have Aurora ult. Hitting that Terra, and you already have the Decker on your team. I think she's going to have a lot of free movement. Again, it's just about actually following through on your aggression. Both of these teams, I think, actually have the team comps they want. I think that it's just going to come down to pulling that trigger, feeling confident in yourself, and actually looking for the plays that need to be made.
If they're able to find the self-esteem to recognize, hey, we're on this stage for a reason here in these winter finals, Space Cadets very well could send packing one of the favorites of LCQ to that loser's bracket. Guys, 5 champs on each side. And this time I'll throw off the word limit. Who wins? Why?
I think both of these teams drafted really, really good comps. I think I'm going to lean towards Enlightened because I think they got 4 players on their 4 favorite characters with everyone except the Argus. Just on a man-to-man basis, I'm going to lean towards Enlightened, but I think this is going to be the best game we'll see today.
You know, I'm going to lean Space Cadets, not necessarily because I think that they do have this win, but I think that if they find that confidence that they need, I think that their team comp does make more sense into how they've been playing and what they want to do. The main stream today has been watching Space Cadets. It would be an amazing way to end the stream, is seeing them end this first day in first place and moving up. I think that they have all the pieces they need. It's literally just going to come down to committing and finding the plays that they need.
Well, we've watched them grow here from the morning that this all started. We've watched them just taking names and kicking ass, so hopefully they can keep down that road. The question we all have on our minds, will the Space Cadets drown in the Pigpen's mud, or are they down to get their hands a bit dirty? We'll toss to our casters to find out. Ego, F6, take it away.
Gamers! Final game of the day, but somebody got to do it. It's your boy Ego rocking out with you today, but never rocking alone. I got the man, I got the myth, I got the legend. F6, are you ready for this game, man?
Dude, I'm so ready. Like they talked about in the dance, these are 2 of the top teams that we think are going to be able to push it on, and they've been showcasing it all day today. Fortunately, we've been seeing Space Cadets all day, so we've seen what they can do, but the confidence has to be there because we know Team Enlightened, also known as Bad Timing, is also here fighting for that spot.
I'm going to be honest, man. This is my favorite type of game. This is my favorite kind of game to be a part of as a caster. Space Cadets, you can climb the mountain, but only one gets to stand at the peak. It's now time for you to prove that you deserve to be there. We know it's going to be getting a little bit down and dirty, a little bit aggressive. So I think it's safe to say, F6, we have a treat for us in store.
100% can agree with you more. And going with the Team Enlightened's comp, they are very aggressive, and I feel like it fits their playstyle. We've seen these guys in a couple PCCs now throughout the year, and they are just a very good aggressive teams. They like to push the limits. They like to force you to be better than them, and I think that's what we're going to see today. And I think Space Cadets have what it takes to really push it back to them, to really turn this into one of the most interesting games of the series so far.
I couldn't agree anymore, man. And this isn't a props game, so I'm not going to get too mathematical, if you will. But throughout these games in the competitive sphere, these players spend a lot of time thinking about the best angle they can take it. For what we have seen leading up to this point, I'm thinking it's going to be a 90-degree angle. Both teams telling each other to just square up. That being said, this game, it's rocking, it's rolling. And as we take a look at those compositions, as the desk said, Enlightened looks very comfortable, but Space Cadets may just have the better overall composition. F6, which way are you leaning?
Right now, I'm leaning towards Space Cadet. We talked about a lot of times where comfort of just being simple, right? So Gideon, very simple. You're just trying to get the burst damage out there. One of the most difficult ones they have is the Kwang, but it's all based off you hit that tether, you're going in. If you don't, you're kind of resetting yourself to see what you can play throughout. But I feel like it's very simple and very easy to play with the team comp of Space Cadets, and that's why I feel like if they're just allowed to just play comfortable, they'll be okay.
Comfortability is such a dangerous thing, right? Enlighten is very comfortable on this comp as Terra is uncomfortable within the lane. There's going to be a forced utilization of the blink in the face of violence, who's showing why he has that name. Duo lane, though, a little bit of a change of pace. And it was going to be Decker with the big stun, and El Diablo forced to use his blink.
Oh, the devil's advocate there. One more tether here. Might hit. Ooh, just not close enough there, Ego. But we've seen Flash on both ends of the map already. You can see the amount and the intensity that will rise up in this match because both of these teams are really looking like they want that #1 spot.
I'm very much so looking forward to who gets the first kill within this one. It feels like it could most definitively be either one of these teams. They're both at the very least looking, but I'm going to double back on something you iterated on earlier. Hwang, very much so a simplistic character to play. The reason he has heaven in the name of all of his abilities is if you get hit, he's going to send you to those heaven's gates. But with how safe and how aware we know Enlightened can be if they're not yet comfortable within the game, it's going to have to be Space Cadets who take the initiative and make it happen.
I do agree with that, but what you can see right now is the comfortability on Enlightened. Look at the Argus playing at this map, now putting the backside of Space Cadets in a bad spot here. This question is, can they get out? And it looks like they will be able to, but Simba making a rotation already, showing that aggression through that mid lane. And if Nyx is not able to control this Argus, keeping him in lane, he's going to start to become a problem.
Both of these side lanes are basically free real estate for the combination of the mid laner and the jungler. I'm not talking about renting. I'm expecting to see Argus moving in, living, paying the mortgage on one of these lanes. As now we're going to see Violence catch the back end of a rotation, instantaneously burst it down to 20% of his HP. He may have to reset.
Oh man, they almost got him there. But good thing he's on that Fang of Mao, being able to use that reaping a dash. But they were able to get a little bit of pressure off of AGT on that side of the map. But look at this. Here we go again. We're seeing Simba with the rotation. Sereth not too far behind. Kwang Crazy is going to be in for a treat here if he does not get out of dodge.
Brother is rotating with the U-Haul. He's living in other lanes, but not for long. He's going to get bursted. It's going to be a forced usage of his Blink Dancing Shoes in order to avoid the damage. He lives, however, B. Grace dies. It's not over yet, though, as it is going to be the Cosmic Sorcerer Gideon looking to establish a fair amount of damage, but is it going to be enough? One-to-one, who's going to pull that? Who is going to be able to pull the lead? And the answer is going to be Nyx, but only for the moment, for he will fall 2-2, 6-ish minutes into this game.
Oh man, the bloodbath has started. Simba was the first one initiating on that gank, but he had to force his blink out because the damage was unreal. And that's what we needed to see from Nyx following that rotation. And you saw the burst, the damage that he was able to output. But now El Diablo, no blink, and it's gonna go down inside this duo lane.
No blink, man, but in the blink of an eye, he got evaporated. We anticipated that this game was going to get a little down and dirty, but these rotations have been filthy indeed.
Oh man, this is what we are looking after. Seek is 6 here though, and I know Simba does not have flash, but look at that particle shredder putting Seek Nyx on the back foot, telling him you do not want this fight.
Man, I wouldn't personally. I don't know, man. I'm looking at the aggression, at the fights and the mechanics coming out of both sides, both teams here within the finale of today's set, and I don't think I could stand up to it, but it's going to be on Space Cadets to stand and overcome it, as now we are going to see a wild rush into the Highlander hurl a lot of damage coming out onto Violence, dropping him pretty close to that 50% HP threshold, but he survives.
He's going to survive indeed, but he does not have a lot of mana here, Ego. So there's not a lot that he can do to control that lane. We see the jungler is on the opposite side of the map, all the way on that blue side, playing around that Fang Tooth because it is up right now. And right now they're fighting for control over on this side of the map. But with both junglers present, a fight could break out at any time.
That Fang Tooth Pit is going to be the most coveted real estate on the map here for the foreseeable couple of seconds, possibly minutes, until the big dino within it does go extinct. Naturally, though, Sereth playing the space relatively close to it, and with her dual lane having so much pressure, we may see a possible pull for it. Not quite yet, though, as Oba has his eyes on the mid.
Just trying to control that space, trying to control the vision around that Fang Tooth. Yes, they might not have vision, but Sereth, Oba doing a great job clearing out the enemy vision as well. So they want to have at least both be blind here, so they have to make a decision based off the wave state and based off their presence on that map.
And that is one thing that does set aside esports and other sports, right? Football, basketball, soccer to some degree. I apologize to the EU crowd. You can always see the other players. These players, though, are working with limited knowledge. They don't at all times know without that vision who is making a play on what. So it does to some degree have to be a confidence pick of seeing you have pressure and then just full sending it on the objective that'll accumulate in a lead and possibly a win.
And as you can see here, Pacifist and OC are getting a little bit more comfortable understanding how Simba is playing. You see that defensive ward there. It's just thwarting Simba from being able to really aggress on. Something that Space Cadets are doing well right now. It feels like they're starting to get their footing a little bit early on in like the first minute or so. You saw a little bit of like, hey, trying to feel out the opponent, but now you're kind of seeing them start to group here. They're starting to kind of get this cohesion to start to play together. And if they keep going like this, I feel like they can start to slowly pull away from Team Enlighten here.
I mean, all the languages of the world, man. You're planning to speak facts here at the PCC. Space Cadets most variably are comfortable, at least in this instance. We had, a smoke show over within the duel lane earlier on, and you could see in their eyes the only thing they were locking into was turning the opponents into a body bag, transporting them out and making sure that they get to rest easy in the ground. If they can maintain that, if they can build upon it, then they can potentially start to build up a lead. That said, though, Fangtooth has been started by Enlightened.
This was a great call here. You saw that the Argus contested that river buff, and as soon as we saw that Kwong went straight for that 2 camp, they had the go button press. But are they going to be able to get out of this is the real question, because we're now seeing the grouping up of Space Cadets.
It is going to be the other crystal getting used in order to create a little bit of space, but space time, that's Gideon's domain. Black hole over the top, and Simba has almost turned into Mufasa within a split second. That damage is pretty big, but the damage coming out of the opposing side is going to be bigger. Aurora Ice Circle is going to try to save her life, but it's going to be ice in the veins of the opposing side as they lock down a kill.
Oh man, Space Cadets being able to capitalize at least on 1 kill there was huge. To be able to tell them you're not going to always get these objectives for free. Do lose out on that first Fangtooth, and Lion being able to pick that one up. Meanwhile, over inside this offlane, we're seeing Violence here being able to push after this tier 1, and 10 minutes in, going to be able to take it.
Oh man, that trade ultimately does come over pretty favorable to Enlighten. Yes, Space Cadets does exemplify one thing you need to be able to do at this degree of play, and that's get something, but Enlighten got a lot. Fangtooth pressure as well as a tower over into the solo lane is a pretty good trade about 10-ish minutes in.
Especially when you're talking about Feng Mao, an assassin, likes to be on that back foot without the pressure of trying to maintain himself inside this lane. He now has the freedom to move around without too much threat to worry about. He can push this all the way up to the T2, buy him about 20 to 30 seconds to be able to try and find something else on this map, maybe a gank towards that mid lane, or even converging over to one of these neutral objectives. And that is what we need to look out for going into the rest of this mid to late game.
No pun intended, but Enlighten has lightened a little bit of the load off their shoulders, able to secure that first Fangtooth, so they're not going to have to worry about the possibility of that far-reaching 3-0, at least going against them. And now with Fang Mao being able to lock down that first tower, the load has been heavy, it has been increased for Space Cadets, because they are going to have to keep an eye out for this Fang Mao rotation. We know he likes to get very much so active, and in what we have seen in this duel lane, I wouldn't be surprised, F6, to see him maybe looking for a tower dive and a couple executions against this duo side.
That Earth Shatter is something to look out for. We've seen it time and time again where a low Feng Mao with a low enemy team, that Earth Shatter reset just goes crazy. But what goes crazy is this mini prime. As we see AGT, they are on a ward. That conversion is happening. Now we see what happens.
Going to be a level 9 Argus as well. That particle shredder is going to be completely leveled up at this stint, which means those objectives are going to melt. And speaking of melting, Gideon is going to do that. It's not a cooking commercial, but that boy got treated like butter. My lord. Oba onto the backside is going to be looking for a little bit more, though, and he will find it as B-Crace is going to be disgraced. That boy got buried. No tombstone included. Dread Nova, though, going to be a little bit offline as the Bleak is going to be forcibly burned, and then they're going to be burned by Oba. A 3-0 trade going in favor of Enlightened. They've claimed the kill lead.
Oh man, he said, let there be light as they come throughout to that mini orb prime, the rotation of 5 men, the resets. He saw Dual Lane take the teleporter to try and at least answer back onto that side of the map, but they were just not quick enough. And the combination of the ults going in, the CCs landing, we saw Gideon try to push towards the backside, get a black hole, try and buy some time, but the Dread Nova hitting him right on top of the head, stopping him from doing as much damage as possible, and they were able to turn that fight.
I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Little men in Argus, Simba the player, though, small stature, big impact. Dread Nova right off the top is going to be able to nullify that Gideon ult, and if they're able to hold that CC, you're going to take a pretty solid piece of Gideon's kit and just discard it, making some of these team fights, some of these engages significantly worse. F6, from this point of view, from where we are sitting, what do Space Cadets need to do in order to counteract some of the contributions that Argus is going to be bringing?
They need to get Terra to be a little bit more diving towards that back line. You're seeing in those fights, especially the last fight, they got a little bit separated. They got a little bit too aggressive off rip. But oh my goodness, here's our Feng Mao that we were talking about. The ability to be able to roam. He's going to cause some disaster, picking up another kill. But like I was talking about, Space Cadets really just needs to start getting, like, not getting split up into these fights, and they need to start to get a little bit more into the team fight aspect.
I have to agree, and I mean, let's be real, if anyone is prepared for it, it's going to be the Space Cadets who should be ready for some out-of-this-world damage. That being said, though, it looks like they may be caught out without their oxygen tanks, because early on here, they are being suffocated underneath the amount of pressure being put on them. Fangtooth is going to go down. Violence is going to get an off-screen kill. Everything seems to be going in the favor of Enlighten, and that may continue there. Aether Crystal is going to be up. The pullback is going to be good, but the Blink may be a little bit better, as Seeks and B Grace are going to be looking to make their way to safety.
Oh man, had a force out flash there. They're playing that corner with just 2v2. The damage that comes out of Seraph and Argus there is just immense, and we saw they're alive. These guys right now are in the shape that they want to be. Feng Mao is able to roam. He's doing an obscene amount of damage, and he's just able to facilitate for his team right now. He did lose the T1 onto the solo lane, so it's a little bit more even. But with that said, they've got such a great lead in the last 5 minutes that if they're able to hold on to this, this might be a tough one for Space Cadets to climb out of.
I mean, it's a different PCC team, but I'll mention their name here. It does feel like Enlighten has kind of found a flow state of their own. They have been looking and finding smart picks throughout the map, able to lock down early objectives and just capitalize on any of the misgivings that Space Cadets present them with. Even into this duo lane, if they go down one, if they happen to find an odd man out, they get even themselves. And speaking of finding the odd man out, it is going to be an engage onto Seek Nix, using that in order to buy himself a little bit of time. It will be able to purchase a kill here for Space Cadets, who are going to be able to lock down one, but it ultimately is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, as Oba is going to go up to try and avoid being sent to the Heaven's Gates. Either way, she's going to find herself there, though, in a 1-for-2 trade that currently is going to be favoring Space Cadets, but the action isn't going to be over. It's going to be 2 members that go down for the Space Cadets, as the kill lead is going to be extended to 4 for Enlightened.
Oh man, these guys are going at it. We're at 16 minutes in, 16 kills and down, 1 kill per minute, and everybody is looking for blood, but it looks like Team Enlighten just keeps coming out on top. Oba and the Violence just being so aggressive. They cannot be stopped. They're taking apart that backline, they're taking apart those squishies like it's nothing, and they're not getting punished for it all around the map.
Oba and Violence are the raid bosses, 2-2 like a Dark Souls boss. The odds aren't fair. You're outnumbered and out-damaged in a lot of these situations. Terra, though, going to be looking to change that script up just a little bit. Blast Flower will be utilized in order to buy some space, as Violence is going to smartly just reset, re-get his farm, and then more than likely make a rotation over. Aurora, being pressed out of the jungle by B Grace, is going to be looking for a way out, but a tether will at least be able to delay that topside damage going to be coming from Drongo, but not nearly enough, as Megatron is going to be able to make his way out.
Right now, we're seeing this Vision game a little bit too defensive from Space Cadets. You're seeing their wards littered all over that 5 camp, but it's not providing with them a lot of information that they need. They're not seeing the rotations early enough, and I feel like they need to get their Vision a little bit more pressed forwards towards that river line to really stop Team Enlighten from doing whatever they want.
I have to agree there, as it does look like Enlighten is going to be looking to continue that trend. AGT2, though, looking for a re-engage with the Water Rush, is going to be able to burst down a large portion of Fang Mao's health, but with the use of the Blink as well as his natural teleport, it's just not going to be enough. Megatron not completely alone, but he might as well be. Big Red is going to get evaporated, as now it is going to be a big black hole that is going to help secure a kill onto Simba. Space Cadets have tied up the kills.
Just like that, they are back into this game. Violence cannot do anything here. If he goes in there, that is for sure another kill going towards Space Cadets. What an example of a great team fight there. They finally grouped up. We called it. You asked me what they should do, and they had done it right then and there, forcing that Aurora in a bad position. Feng Mao had to utilize everything in his kit to get out of there, and the way that we're able to collapse onto that team fight to turn it, and let's point out next there, the black hole to provide so much damage to put Enlighten on the back foot.
I mean, that black hole is such a team fight defining ability if it is able to be used to its full potential. Having everyone on your team be in the correct placings, as well as putting yourself in a position to be able to get in very quickly, efficiently with that torn space. It only makes sense that the tempo of the game is going to change if it is used properly, as we saw there. Dude, 20 minutes into this game, 10-10, 2-0 though on Fangtooth for Enlightened. So the dynamic isn't completely settled, as this third one is going to come up, and I have a feeling there is going to be big repercussions depending on who takes it.
Bye-bye.
One good thing, though, is they do have that Orb Prime. OC in a little bit of a bad spot. We also see on the dual lane side, Oba getting aggressive here, looking at Pacifist and the GTFO to secure that kill, and they lose their ADC. This is not what they want.
Man, they almost lost more there, if I'm going to be honest. On to the backline, I'm seeing Nyx with some relatively low OP, and as AG2T is going to be looking to get it back in blood for his boy Pacifist, he's going to pacify the Argus. See Nyx, though, is seeing red as he locks down a kill onto Violence. El Diablo is going to be getting ran down as we have a bloodbath 3-3, 3-4, as ultimately it is going to be a kill trade in favor of Enlightened.
Oh man, a fight in the jungle. Everything we want out of a match, the excitement, the intensity. Here we have it in our last game of day one. Two champions fighting for the #1 crown. We do see Craso still hunting and looking for the potential kill. But the great thing about that fight is Space Cadets did not lose out as they did in the early game. It was a pretty even trade and forced the Team Enlightenment to not be able to get the third Fangtooth just quite yet.
Forcing them off the Fangtooth has to be the biggest factor off that trade. Keep them off that objective at all costs until ultimately you take it, or the trade would be so dire that you can get a lot of value off of them getting it. That being said, though, Space Cadets have just done a phenomenal job so far. It feels like they are being forced to step up to one of the better teams here, and they are not stepping down from the challenge. As now, topside, we're going to see Megatron with some smooth movement on this Aurora, resetting into the hands of the Argus.
Yeah, using a lot of mobility there, being able to use that ISO wall to be able to close the gap off. But here's that fight. Here's that third Fangtooth. Who's going to be able to take it?
Wild rush into Black Hole is going to almost cause the Seraph to black out. Ultimately, she does, as Oba is going to get taken down, playing the space over to the side. It is going to be the Drongo, as Simba is going to be able to get a kill onto the OC. It looks like there potentially could be another one onto the Aurora. Things for Enlightened aren't looking very light. The weight, the pressure,
right in him.
The kill potential is going to be heavy, but Violence is out in the wings looking for inhibitors, while El Diablo is looking for blood. He will find some, but not enough to preserve his own life.
Oh man, that was a great fight for them to take as they had the numbers advantage, but look at Violence just to be able to take down that inhibitor. this is worth it in their eyes. They already have 2 Fang 2s, so they're not scared of Space Cadet getting the 3rd one. But the fact that they're able to get an inhibitor and still stop Space Cadets from even attempting to Fang Tooth there was a win-win for Team Enlightened.
I mean, this is what we talked about a little bit earlier, right? The dynamic of the map state absolutely changes depending on who has those Fang teeth. You're down 2-0, you have to give everything, if not more, to stop the opposition from being able to pick it up, at the very least, easily. Enlightened doesn't have to do that. They can send someone to split push and then just fight you off of it. They don't care if you take it if they're able to get it a little bit later on off of a sneaky Oba play and then also knock down your inhibitor. Enlightened is just getting everything on the map they want.
Yeah, they have complete map control. If you're looking just at the kills here, you're like, man, this is a pretty even game. But if you just look all around throughout this for the last 23 minutes, Team Enlightened has really been pushing back Space Cadets. They've been forcing them to take a lot of these fights that they don't necessarily want to. Space Cadets have been hanging in there, but at the end of the day, Team Enlightened has just been coming out wins with the neutral side of this game.
And it does feel like a little bit of a differential end experience. Enlightened has been around the block a couple times under previous names. With the rebrand here, it is still the consistent players that know that just getting kills isn't always enough. And as we have seen, they're able to get kills and get objectives as Violence is going to be able to lock down a kill, apply pressure now onto the T2 while the rest of his team groups on that right side a little bit close to Prime.
And you're seeing it happen again. Violence just being an absolute menace on the opposite side of the map. Opening up now the big Orb Prime for play. Jungler's not even in anywhere close vicinity to even contest this at all. And with little over just 7k HP left, this Orb Prime is going towards Team Enlightened.
Brother, call me a Krispy Kreme because I'm about to glaze a little bit here. The spatial play and map awareness and just the overall pressure that we have seen get put on from Enlightened has been immaculate. They put pressure on left, get the Prime on right, and then when Seek Nyx comes for the rotation, they just eradicate, eviscerate. There's no need for an ego commentary because that brother was already erased. Enlightened, it's just getting everything they want, and Space Cadets need to put this momentum to a stop.
They're going to need to buy time here from this Orb Prime. AGT, good job. They're using the unstoppable force to be able to get out of that, because if he got locked down there, it was not going to be a good sight. But for Team Enlightened, they already got 1 inhibitor down. Now it's just 2 that they have to siege, so it's not a lot for them to go through. And this is where they're going to have to come up with a defense on the side of Space Cadets. They're not going to be able to stop these 2 inhibitors from going down, but they do have the potential to stop the core from going to 0.
You have to prevent the core from going to 0, right? That's ultimately what the game is about. If it falls, then so does your opportunity of getting a smooth win here in today's winners finals. That being said, though, that mid lane is going to get bursted through. It's going to be Aurora being able to create a supple amount of space as Terra survives with barely any HP. Big ult, though, from El Diablo is going to find purchase onto the frontliner, and AG2, who doesn't have too much time left in this world. That's going to be 41 seconds at the least she's spending in Fountain.
And that's their big attack right there. They do have the Quang though, but look at that huge cryonism in the back line. Here we go.
Dear God, it's going to completely freeze up 2 members and then freeze up an opportunity for any defense. Blink in, or dream shattered of Space Cadets as Enlightened are going to be able to take this game in convincing fashion. It was an onslaught of damage, it was an onslaught of attacks, and it was an absolute onslaught of objectives as Enlightened are going to be able to take down this Gideon and take down the enemy's core and take this game.
Oh man, Space Cadets fighting for their life. They hung on for about 21 minutes, and that was such an exceptional game throughout. But then at the end, Team Enlightened just seems like they locked in. They started to just utilize violence to create pressures on the other side of the map, forcing a Team Space Cadets here to be like, hey, we need to answer that. But every time they would just go after the objective. They sent too much manpower to stop violence because they had to. There's really no way to really stop them unless you send 2 or 3 people. And that gave the opportunity for Team Enlightened just to secure these objectives across the seas and then coming out with game number.
Enlightened just so very comfortable, able to take some of these 4v5 situations, sending off violence to do God's work on either an objective or on a lane, applying a degree of pressure that either forced the rotation or forced them to try to capitalize on a fight that ultimately it felt like Space Cadet should win, but in some cases they just didn't. We saw they were ready to step into the pig pen. However, with every single fight, we saw Enlightened was able to get just a little bit more than the Cadets. A great showing, though, from an up-and-coming team in the Space Cadets, and something that we kind of expect out of such seasoned players on Enlightened. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's games, but before that, I'm looking forward to seeing what the desk has to say.
Thank you, Ego and F6, our caster crew, for that fantastic game, Space Cadets. Unfortunately, maybe got to go back to flight school, and our friends on Enlightened flying up to that Swiss bracket here. Welcome to the post-rap desk. I'm Dilo. Wangle, Sai, what happened there?
First things first, I would like to say, I think that was the most exciting match all day. I think that's exactly what you want to see from your 2-3-0 teams. Just absolute slogfest, high-paced, fast action game, really, really back and forth, and it was a game of margins and ended up being in favor of Enlightened. Really well played, especially on the macro side. Getting that getting all the Fang Toots, getting that final orb when they realized that Space Cadets were on the left side of the map. And just what a game. What a game to experience.
I was really surprised. Space Cadets did come out. They hopped in that pen first. They didn't even have to get drug in. They were swinging with the best of them. They gave it all they got. And then there was that 17-minute fight where they had better death timers, could have gotten to that third Fang Tooth, stopped that from being taken. You have the Fang Mouse split push going on. But when I watched that Terra engage on him, she won the 1v1. So your Terra could have just been matching that, and you guys could have looked for these fights on Prime. It's just that experience thing, to be honest. It's knowing those calls, knowing what the other team is going to do, and then trying to capitalize on those movements, because Enlightened made them fight and then made them think that the whole game was going to be about fights, and they just turned it into a game of objectives, and Space Cadets didn't adapt throughout the game, and it turned into a hole they couldn't dig themselves out of.
Adaptation, evolution, those are the hallmarks of those top contender teams, and Enlightened showed why they're the best of the rest, why they are a crop above the upper echelon here of this LCQ. They will certainly earn that seat at the table, but Space Cadets, we talked a lot before at the pre-game desk about that aggression. Do they bring it? Do they cower in their boots in the face of those big names that maybe are, flashing in lights across the Predecessor scene? Do we feel like they at least complied with that criteria? Did Space Cadets bring that bluster?
I think myself and everybody else watching was pleasantly surprised by just the cojones on them. They just went straight at them. We all thought that Enlightened was going to start the fighting, try and set the tempo, but Space Cadets just came out the gate swinging, and I think that is probably the biggest showcase for yourself, and I would be very surprised if we don't see both of these teams in January.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, I think that they hopped right in that pen. They didn't need to be asked to join in. They were waiting the second that Enlightened showed up. It really just comes down to, and I think Wangle's right, we're going to see him in January. I think it's going to come down to this next month, actually getting those late game calls in order, understanding what the priorities are on the map, and then adapting to that later stage of the game. I think this is a team that I was, like Wangle said again, super surprised. They really put it all out there, which is something that I think teams of this caliber or teams that are coming into the scene, they're really terrified of doing, and they proved that they can do it.
Congrats to the Space Cadets for that. They might not have gained the, item of an actual victory, but they did gain an even more important item: confidence, self-assurance. Sometimes that's what can really a good Predecessor player make. But that being said, guys, that is all we have for you today on PCCX's A stream. Stick around, those who raid out to 6 cents versus Speakeasy over on the B stream. I've been D'Lo, joined here by Wangle and Seismic on the desk. We've had Choice Plays, our almighty eye in the sky. Please make sure to thank our production in the chat for all of his hard work. We could not do it without him. And last, but certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed these games just as much as we have. Be sure to stop in tomorrow, same time, same place, 11 Eastern Standard, when we finish off our LCQ stage. With that, everyone, good games and good night.